Alsco Uniforms also offers weekly services for first aid and restroom supplies. Discover why it pays to keep clean with Alsco Uniforms. Just go to alsco.com to learn more. Again, that's alsco.com.
Keep your family cool and comfortable this summer with Bell Brothers' best summer ever financing events. When you replace your AC system, we're offering 0 payments, 0 interest for 6 months on approved credit, then low fixed rate thereafter. That's right, 0 payments, 0 interest for 6 months on any new AC system. It's an incredible offer on an incredible new AC system, but only for a limited time. This offer is also available on any plumbing, water heater, or insulation projects over $1,000. So call Bell Brothers now. Your family will thank you because they'll be cool and comfortable. But you have to hurry. Our offer for 0 payment, 0 interest for 6 months, then low fixed rate thereafter ends soon. Estimates and second opinions are free. So call now to keep your family cool and comfortable during Bell Brothers' best summer ever event. Our number is 916-444-1234 or find us online at theNoSurpriseGuys.com. That's theNoSurpriseGuys.com.
The No Surprise Guys, Bell Brothers.
From the Power Business Technology Toshiba Studios, KHTK-AM Sacramento, KYMX HD2 Sacramento, the only station in Sacramento giving you local sports coverage from 6 a.m. to 6 p.m. Monday through Friday.
Sacktown Sports.
Feeding your passion for local sports in the afternoon. It's the Drive Guys with Kevin Gleason and Kyle Draper on your radio at 1140 a.m.
Streaming audio at sacktownsports.com and the Sacktown Sports app.
You can also watch the show on YouTube at Sacktown Sports 1140. Here are the Drive Guys with Kevin Gleason and Kyle Draper.
Let's get started. I'm fired up today. Team USA. 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 How about that? What a game. United States prevailing over Serbia 95-91 in the semifinals of men's basketball at the Olympics. Team USA at one point down 17 in this game, but they outscore Serbia 32-15 in the fourth quarter to advance to the gold medal game. Well, they will take on France. What's happening, everyone? It's your boy Drapes holding it down. I got Jay behind the boards right there. And we got 4 hours of sports talk right here on the Drive Guys, Sacktown Sports 1140. Let me say this before we get into Team USA. We got a jam-packed show coming up. We got to get to the latest on Brandon Aiyuk. A lot of smoke, but no fire there yet. We're going to have Jerry Dulac of the Pittsburgh Post-Gazette coming on. What exactly are the Steelers offering the Niners? What will it take to get it done? He's going to weigh in. That's coming up at the bottom of the hour at 2:30. And then at 5 o'clock, we have ESPN broadcaster. He's part of the Rams pre-half and post-game show. Kirk Morrison will break down what's going on with this Aiyuk situation, his thoughts, and we'll look at the landscape of the NFC. But first of all, Jay, you all right, big fella?
Anything's possible. Ain't that what KG said?
Yo, I'm telling you,
Shout
man.
out to the chef.
Shout out to Steph Curry, LeBron, Durant, and Embiid. Like the stars, there's different levels to it. And D-Book, y'all great. But it was the OGs that led us home today.
The big three, KD. Mm-hmm. Something that and I say KD because we had another KD that was showing off. He got it going in the fourth quarter. Mm-hmm. The chef, as everybody, I've been hearing LeBron do his post game. I've seen KD do his post game, talking to Zora Stevenson. Zora's Milwaukee Bucks.
Used to be Milwaukee Bucks. Where's she at now?
Is she's completely national now?
Yeah, she's like Notre Dame football.
Okay.
She's like big in the NBC.
So NBC umbrella. So Zora, who she's come on this show once or twice before. Zora doing her sideline reporting and speaking to KD and LeBron, LBJ, and Chef Curry, and everybody was talking about the chef. 9 threes, 36 points. Showcase. He had 29 points coming into today in all the games in the pool
combined,
and the quarterfinals. He had 36 today, KD.
Unbelievable. 36. He had 9 3-pointers. And Jay, I'm sitting there watching. Of course, I'm nervous because every time Team USA plays, I get nervous. It's the one team. For some reason, I don't get nervous when the Kings play. I didn't get nervous when my Eagles play. But for Team USA, for some reason, I get a little jittery, And as this game is going on, I'm like, Serbia is throwing stuff in from half court behind the head and everything. But we've been waiting for this Steph Curry moment, Jay. We've been waiting for, all right, when's Steph going to have his impact, his imprint on the game? And he was the dude today, man. 36 points. How about this? 8 rebounds.
I saw that.
8 rebounds.
On the glass.
Yes, he was doing things on the glass as USA wins 95-91. And, you know, I've gone on record. I'm not a Curry fan. I'm not, you know, waving a Warriors towel or anything, but I was pulling for my guy today. I was pulling for everybody on Team USA. It's the one sporting event, the Olympics, where we all come together.
Yes.
I don't care whether you from, you know, Minnesota, you from Massachusetts, you from, you know, Oakland, San Francisco, Sacramento. Like, we all are pulling for this team to win. And to see the stars come out, Steph Curry, 36, LeBron, 16 points, 12 rebounds, 10 assists, triple-double. How about my guy, Joel Embiid, outplaying the Joker?
He did.
19 points for Joel Embiid. Like, the stars shine tonight. And I tell you what, I thought we were going to come in here and have to talk about a loss. I was going to have to eat some humble pie. This team can't hold a candle to 92 and all this. But you know how it is, Jay. Survive in advance. It wasn't pretty, but they got the job done. Absolutely.
And I think this, for me, Drapes, and I don't know how you feel coming into this, with Steph having this game, and I know he's had some, you know, some down games according to the chef's standard, but he whipped up a dish today.
Yes.
And it's when it was needed. And for me, and, you know, I don't mean to start this up again, the Michael Jordan conversation that you've had all week with CG is it's romanticized because it's at the end of the game. It's what he did in the clutch. It's by, you know, pushing off on the Jazz on B. Russell. It's going, you know, switching hands from right to left hand, which is really a normal layup, but because Jordan did it, it's super fantastic, you know, and it's against the Lakers. And so that's what Curry did today for me. That's what LeBron James did. That's what KD did. And 2 more people, Joel Embiid for sure.
Give him some love,
you got to give him his love. He definitely, if he didn't outplay Joker, he played just, it was a wash. Right. Because Joker had 18, 8, what he had, 8 rebounds.
Joker had 17 points, 5 rebounds, 11 assists. Okay. Joker was great. Yeah. He was great. Yeah. But he was 7 of 17 from the field, under 50%. See? Like, Team USA did a hell of a job on him, especially in the second half. And here's the thing, Jay, when it was winning time, Joel stepped up.
That's right.
Joel stepped. I got to give the dude his props. 8 for 11 from the field, 19 points, 4 rebounds. Joker got him in foul trouble. He had 4 fouls, one away from fouling out. And so this was a gutty win, man. This showed me something about this team, man. Because, you know, we've talked in the past about Jordan taking over games, the Mamba mentality. Who was going to be that guy today? And I was talking to Nate during one of the breaks earlier. The thing about the NBA players, and I've heard people mention this, they actually like the close games.
Yes.
Like the stars like Durant, Steph, LeBron, that's when they like, oh, all right, now we in the game. Let's step it up. You know, the blowouts and everything, they're kind of just like, all right, you know, I'll let him eat. You know, it's just like a glorified workout. But when the rubber hits the road, who's going to make the play? And this is no diss to Devin Booker or Anthony Edwards or anybody like that. But you see who the stars of this Team US. Steph, LeBron, and KD ain't ready to just hand it over just yet, Jay.
No, you know, there is a differential between the two. And you definitely can see it. Like, you could see Booker a few times, and he had a big 3. Yeah, I want to make sure that. And another thing I thought Booker did was he changed the pace of the game. There was a couple of times, and Jokic does this quite a bit. And I'm pretty sure you see this because you get to cover Jokic up close and personal, KD, is this. Sometimes the Denver Nuggets, they do this quite often. They'll throw the ball in and Jokic will let it roll.
Right.
You know what I mean? He'll touch it and let it roll. Yeah. But at the same time, the shot clock's not running, right? Yeah. And so it's interesting when you watch Jokic, he's got tactics. You could see Booker full court pressure, full court pressing.
Yes.
You could tell he's done some research on that.
Right.
That has been scouted, and probably through the NBA season. That's probably something the Suns talk about. Right. He was up close and personal. He became the defender, the Derek White, the Drew Holiday, but he wasn't taking the shot. You could see he was like, I don't want to say he was passive because Booker's hit some big time game winners in the NBA.
Yep.
But you can definitely see, to your point, he was like, you know what? This is KD's time.
Yeah.
This is LeBron's time. This is Steph. And I'm just going to be the person that swings the ball.
Right.
And the other one for me, too, is you could see this was too big for Ant right now. Ant struggled a little bit.
Yeah.
You know, if you watch him, he didn't have a shot. He had a couple mid-range. I think he had 4 points, if I'm not mistaken, 2 or 4 points.
Anthony Edwards had 2 points.
Yeah. And I saw the one off the dribble. He didn't really shoot. But you could tell they were giving the rock to the legends. And so that's what you're saying. I'm with you. I thought this separated the men from the boys.
Yeah, I'm going to open up the phone lines, 916-339-1140. If you want to talk about Team USA, are you relieved? Is this a sign that, come Saturday when they face France, they're in trouble? What did you think about this epic win against Serbia, who I thought played a hell of a game? I mean, Serbia was bombing from all over. From three-point range, they were 14 of 28 at one point from three. But then when it got tight, they were 1 for their last 11. I thought Team USA ratcheted up the defense. And like I said a few minutes ago, the Stars, they welcome this time. Like, they don't tighten. Their booties don't tighten. They deliver, whereas I thought Serbia down the stretch, outside of Jokic and maybe a little bit of Bogdanovic, the guards for Serbia, they turtled a little bit. Yeah. Some of the shot selection, some of the turnovers. And so I give credit to Team USA. I got this text, Jay, and I want to know what you think about this because, you always going to have some haters out there.
Of course.
You're always going to have some people that just see things entirely different. Somebody from the 916 said, Embiid can't defend and almost cost us on that end in the fourth.
Nah, I didn't see
they watching a different game than we were. Like I thought Embiid was magnificent on the defensive end, blocking shots. Jokic is tough to handle, man. He abuses everybody. I thought Embiid held his own, and I also want to give some credit. I don't know if it was Steve Kerr that made this move or if it was LeBron James. There were times late where LeBron was guarding Jokic. Yep. And Jokic tried to back him down. LeBron wasn't moving. I thought that sort of changed the game as well. And so Team USA, they advance with a 95-91 win. They will take on France coming up on Saturday in the gold medal game. We're going to have more of your conversations on YouTube, more conversations on the text line, and, of course, the phone lines are open, 916-339-1140. We'll preview that matchup against France and why Jay thinks Victor Wembanyama, he's a good player, but he might not be ready for this smoke. We got the Drive Guys here on Sacktown Sports 1140.
Hey, it's Carmichael Dave for American Energy Heating and Air with a question. Have you recently had a technician diagnose your HVAC system and you were a bit surprised at how much it cost? Or did something seem off about their quote? Because at American Energy, they take pride in giving you honest, straightforward solutions to get that system up and running. Have their qualified technicians come out and give you a free second opinion. It's free. You got nothing to lose but some dollars off of that original quote. They're making the uncomfortable comfortable. They've been doing it since 1981, serving the greater Sacramento area. A+ with the Better Business Bureau. That's why they keep having customers coming back for more and more and more. You can call them and set that appointment at 916-520-9990. That's 916-520-9990 or AmericanEnergyAir.com.
Call 916-520-9990 now.
Hey, movie fans, it's time to get your tickets to see Borderlands, the IMAX experience at the Esquire IMAX Theater in downtown Sacramento.
It's on the weirdest, most dangerous dumpster fire of the world in the universe. God, I hate this planet.
The best-selling video game of all time hits the big screen with a ragtag team of misfits on an epic adventure to achieve unimaginable power. Don't miss opening weekend of Borderlands in front of the Esquire IMAX 6-story screen. Grab your tickets early at IMAX.com/Sacramento and reserve your seats today.
Your afternoon home for Kings talk and so much more. The Drive Guys on Sacktown Sports.
Drapes and Jay here on Sacktown Sports 1140. It's the drive, guys. I see what you're doing right now, Jay. You're trying to get on my good side today.
I'm just feeling so good about the USA win. I figured I'd come back with a little Swift for
my
you.
guy playing some Taylor Swift. Oh, my gosh. Man, this is going to be a great show. What's this?
The Swift. I keep it rocking for you, brother. We rock the music out around here.
Nice. I'm telling you. This is the song I played for when my daughter came in and she, found out we were having a Taylor Swift themed sleepover. Are you ready for it? Here you go.
What?
Are you ready for it? Boom. All right, sorry.
No, do you? I'll take a step back. When the young Draper, Miss Quinn, came in and, she went crazy, which we got to see on Instagram and Twitter. If you haven't seen it, it's Kyle Draper TV. Yep. Right? Yep. On Instagram and Twitter. After that, young ladies come over because we didn't finish this conversation. They come over, and then are you all intertwined into the Taylor Swift movement? But are you taking a step back because your pops and the girls are doing their thing? Like how do you operate? It's a fine line.
Yeah,
what did you do?
It's one of those things where you got to feel it out, right? Because when it's just me and my daughter, Quinn, we in it.
Yeah,
you know what I mean? We doing the karaoke, we doing the duet together and everything. Like, we are in it. And so I'm just trying to be my authentic self. Whether it's her friends there or not, I'm still going to be dad. I'm going to still be me. And so, they were doing some karaoke, and I told them at one point, I said, all right, girls, at one point, before the night is out, I got to do one song. I said, y'all got to let me, you know how it is. It's like when you're going to watch your son or daughter play basketball or sports or something like that. Or, you go into the batting cages, and you're just taking the kids. And, it's a kid's activity. But at the end, you like,
get one round.
Let me get one round. Let me just get it. And that's how it was with the sleepover, man. And, so I kept my distance. I went upstairs. I didn't want to be that dad that's like right there with them. But, man, I jumped in and I did a song. I did a song. I like to hear that, man. It was. I had
to come back to the Swiftie because, again, Team USA's got me hyped and amped up. And it sounds like the same thing for you. And so, I figure what's more American than Taylor Swift right now?
Right. Exactly. And, I know we talked about Taylor Swift and the terrorist threats at her concert in Vienna, Austria. I guess they arrested the two people that, were going to carry that out. So glad that's taken care of. But once this Kings schedule comes out, your boy is going to look at the Taylor Swift concert schedule and take Lil Quinn. We going somewhere. We doing a Taylor Swift concert somewhere. I'm just saying, putting that out there.
I know you were trying to slide to the Pacific Northwest, right? You're thinking about Seattle
or Vancouver. Yeah, she's coming.
Vancouver too.
Yeah, Vancouver in December.
Get your passport ready.
Exactly. So
I like that.
Yeah. So hopefully this Kings schedule will be out next week or the following week. I think within 2 weeks we'll have the full Sacramento Kings schedule. But back to Team USA today. And it's interesting. Campio brought up yesterday's conversation about Jordan against LeBron. That argument. Campio says Jordan isn't guarding Jokic like LeBron did today.
No way.
Like there's zero chance.
Not a shot.
Like and it's funny too because as I'm watching the game, we try to compare 92 to 20. The game is entirely different, Jay. Like the way teams hunt 3-pointers, like it's a foreign ball game from what they were playing back in 1992.
And this better than I do, Drapes. There were times in the 90s and 80s. I mean, guys would shoot 3 to 5 3-pointers a game.
Yeah,
like, that was it.
That was a lot back then. Yes.
Someone said this a year or two ago on our station. What would Peja Stojakovic look like? What would Reggie Miller look like
now?
Right now, playing in these times where you can shoot 20 times and no one cares, right? And so when you think about it, these guys were getting 6, 7, 8 sharpshooters. Ray Allen getting 6, 7, 8 chances a game. If you're giving them 20,
right? Yeah, it's now that's a different. And you brought up Ray Allen. I'm looking at Ray. The most he took in a season was 05-06 3-pointers. 8.4 Ray Allen. That was the most he took in a season from 3-point range. And, we're talking about before Steph Curry came along, the number one 3-point shooter in the history of the game in terms of makes. When you look at the NBA last season, I'm pulling up the numbers right now as we speak. Attempts. Guys who took 8 or more three-pointers in the NBA during the regular season.
Can I guess?
Yep.
Before you say it, I'm going to say probably 25 or more.
Not that many, surprisingly.
Really?
Not that many. 10.
8 or more, 10 people.
8 or more, 10
That's
people.
surprising.
Now, if you go 6 or more, because we were just saying, back then, 5 or 6 was a lot.
Man.
6 or more, 41 people.
Man.
Think about that.
Gotcha.
And 6 or more back in the Jordan era, it was like 4 or 5 guys that did that. Like, you got guys like Miles Bridges, your boy taking 6.5 threes a game. Yeah.
Damn.
Think about it. He's not a three-point shooter,
Man.
but he's chucking up 6.5 threes per game. Who else is on this list that not necessarily a three-point shooter, but can get them up? Anthony Edwards is on there. I look at a guy like Steph Curry, right? Steph led the league 11.8 threes per game. So if Ray Allen takes 3 or 4 more threes per game, hits probably 2 of them.
Yep.
You're talking, he's averaging 6 more points per game just right there. I mean, it's just a different game in the NBA now than, what it is was back with Jordan. Now, the Team USA, they got the win today. I can breathe a sigh of relief. I was nervous the whole game, but now they take on France. And that France game against Germany, that was a tremendous game. I don't know if everybody watched that or not, but that game was off the hook. Germany started off well, started off great, but then France came back, led by guys we really haven't even heard of.
Cornier,
right? Who's that, right? Who's Cornier?
Not Fournier, not Evan Fournier. Isaiah Cornier.
Gershon Yabusele.
Yes.
Had 17 points. Cornier, like you said, had 16. Victor Wembanyama, Jay.
Oh, yeah.
Why you going to hate on Victor?
Because he ain't done nothing.
11 points, 7 rebounds, 4 assists. How about this? 3 blocks.
That's a game. That's a game of a 6-man. That's a game of a 6-man right there.
That's a bench play.
It is. Think about it though, Drapes. And this is the point when it comes to Wembanyama. And I think you're working your way up here, so I'm not going to steal your thunder.
Yeah.
I think when you really look at it, Victor Wembanyama, Olympics in France, in front of his home country, he is, quote unquote, the next great thing in the NBA. And in all actuality, and we can go through it, he really hasn't done much for Team France. Like, he hasn't been the star. Right. There was one point in time, not today, but the game before, and I'm trying to think, it escapes me who they played. Australia? Did they beat Australia?
Yeah.
No, that was Serbia beat Australia.
Serbia beat France beat
someone in the quarterfinals.
Canada, right? They beat Canada.
There you go, Canada.
Yeah.
He had 4 points in the fourth quarter.
Right.
Like, you can't continue to be pushed at, the narrative of being the next big thing. And I understand he's not that yet, but if LeBron has 4 points, we're screaming to the top of the lungs. Come on. If Steph has 4 points, which he was pretty close, we're screaming to the top of the lungs, right? You see Joel Embiid, he's catching all kind of flack and heat.
Yep.
Jayson Tatum not playing. Like, if these type of stars have 4 points at home in Los Angeles coming 4 years, oh man, Wembanyama's getting let off the hook right now. Well, and I get it because France is playing well, his country's playing well, and people are picking it up for him. And that's all fine and dandy. And hence, I'm going to let you go where you're going to go. Yeah. But I think that's why I'm not really afraid of what's going on with France. I think he has to have a huge game for them to beat Team USA.
Right. And here's the thing, too, about France and Victor Wembanyama. And this is to your point. 11 points. The dude was 4 of 17.
That's ugly.
And I think, like you said, because they're in Paris, France is the home country. Wembanyama is sort of the face of basketball. They give him a little more leash. They let him, make some mistakes, struggle from the field. Like, I could argue they won in spite of him today. 4 of 17. And you're supposed to be the chosen one, the next big thing. And so, same argument we made with Anthony Edwards and Devin Booker. Wemby's not ready yet. Like, he's not ready to carry a country. He's not ready to dominate a game just yet. He will get there. But I feel like we're throwing so much praise, so much on this guy, and it's like, you know what? He's not quite there. I know he had a great NBA season. I'm not arguing that. I'm saying with Team France, like Cornier's playing better. Gershon Yabusele is playing better. This guy Lesort off the bench.
This dude's been balling.
He's been beasting out there.
Have you ever heard of that cat?
Never heard of him.
Man.
Never heard of him. And so, even a guy like Nicholas Batum, is outplaying Victor Wembanyama at this point. With that being said, come Saturday in the gold medal game, I think Serbia provides a more difficult test than what the U.S. team will face come Saturday.
I agree.
Because I'm watching Lesort. I'm watching Yabusele. They're not going to be able to beast against us. Like, they're not beasting against Embiid.
The size.
The Team USA size, I think, is going to be a problem for them. One final thing here. Somebody on the chat asked me, what did I think about Steve Kerr not playing Jayson Tatum? I tell you what, your boy Steve Kerr was almost was about to be fired from Team USA if they would have lost this game. He got away with it, but because KD, and I'm not saying go away from KD, but the offense was struggling. KD wasn't cooking. Why not give Tatum a few minutes? See if he got it going. Maybe Tatum is on fire in the first half or something like that.
Drapes, one thing I'm having a tough time understanding with Steve Kerr and Team USA's coaches' rotations are everybody that's on the bench is a star. If one, and I'm with you, if Ant-Man doesn't have it today, put in Jayson Tatum.
Right.
It's not like we're going to Nimhard in the back. It's not like, no disrespect to Nimhard, who's on Team Canada, but he's not Jayson Tatum. Right. We're talking about a top 5 guy in the NBA, an association. What's the hesitation, Drapes? And I think that's kind of where you're going with it is, first of all, put some respect on Jayson Tatum's name. He's the champ right now.
Yep.
None of those other guys are the champ. I understand we got a legendary 3 right now that's cooking, but at the same time, KD wasn't hot until the fourth quarter in reality today. So I'm not understanding. It's like you're looking at a 10th man down at the bench. A G League guy. Like, this dude is a star.
Right.
He is a bona fide superstar. What is taking you so long to make decisions on getting guys in if the other guys who have started or aren't cooking, who's not started well? Like, we're not putting in the 12th guy from the G League.
Right. But, I think Steve Kerr and, Jeff Teague talked about this on his podcast. Because Tatum's such a nice guy, he's not going to be over there pouting, sour, pissed off. You try that with Anthony Edwards. I don't know if Ant-Man is just, smiling and is okay with it. I don't know if Devin Booker's okay with that.
But Drapes, that's not a Jayson Tatum thing. And I get what Jeff Teague is saying. But that speaks more to the volume of what's going on with Steve Kerr and the coaching staff.
Yes. Yeah.
I don't give a damn if he's the nicest person on earth, if it's rainbows and Taylor Swift songs all day. That's cool. But respect who he is.
Yes.
Respect the fact that you have multiple time. Like, Jayson Tatum's a 6'5", multiple time all-star. He's a champ.
First team All-NBA.
What are we doing?
He's one of the 5 best players in the NBA, like you were saying. And for him not to get any run,
man.
And this is why I get so upset about this, because it really doesn't make sense. Like, it just does not make sense. I don't care if you think it's matchups. I don't care. Whatever you think. This is Jayson Tatum.
Yeah.
He's a bona fide star in the world.
And I'll argue this, Drapes. Tatum should be playing in front of Ant-Man. If we're talking about the pecking order.
If we really,
the respect, the pecking order, what they've done, the accomplishments. Ant-Man is the new cup of tea right now.
He's the golden boy now.
Look, he's the new Dutch Bros, the Starbucks. You go to the drink, get you the new matcha, whatever you want to do. That's cool. But Tatum is a legend in his own right now. And especially now that he got a championship, we have to start to talk about, like, he's probably a Hall of Famer already. Right?
Yep.
So with that being said, what is so hard to pull this man into a game when you have Ant, who's got 2 points?
Right.
Today's not your day, Ant. Guess what? The defense, he had a couple close. He tried to go for a couple of steals. He missed meaning Anthony Edwards.
And they got threes on him.
Cashed it in.
Yeah, he was gambling out there.
Go sit down, brother.
Right.
Jason, come on in.
Come on in. Let me see what you could do. Exactly. I'm with you on that. Kerr almost lost this game, I thought, today. We'll talk more about Team USA coming up in the next hour. But coming up next, we got to get to the latest on the Brandon Aiyuk situation. We're going to go to Pittsburgh. Jerry Dulac of the Pittsburgh Post-Gazette. What exactly are the Steelers willing to offer for Brandon Aiyuk? We'll have that next year on The Drive, guys. Sacktown Sports, 1140.
I'm a very active person that likes to move around and go. The pain I was in was really excruciating. It was actually debilitating. I was basically heading towards a sedentary lifestyle. I had really tried everything, but I quickly lost hope with all of the things that we had tried, and that's what led me to the Good Feet store. And when I found the Good Feet system, it really just changed everything. It brought me back to life. I have my active lifestyle back.
The Good Feet store in Sacramento, Roseville, and Vacaville.
Hey everyone, it's Ted from Consumer Cellular, the guy in the orange sweater, and this is your wake-up call. If you're paying too much for wireless service, you don't have to keep having that nightmare. Consumer Cellular has the same fast, reliable coverage as the leading carriers for up to half the cost. So why keep spending more than you have to? Seriously, wake up and call 1-888-FREEDOM or visit consumercellular.com.
Savings based on cost of Consumer Cellular single line 1, 5, and 10 gig data plans with unlimited talk and text compared to lowest cost single line postpaid unlimited talk, text, and data plans offered by T-Mobile and Verizon January 2024.
School is almost here, and if there's two things I can count on, it's my kids needing new outfits because they grow like weeds, and Kohl's stocking their favorite styles. With the back-to-school customer appreciation event going on, I scored 30% off tees, jeans, sneakers, and more when I shopped with a Kohl's card. No card? No problem. Rewards members save 20%, and everyone else saves 15%, plus earn Kohl's cash. When it comes to back to school, you gotta go back to Kohl's. Select styles. Some exclusions apply. Offer ends August 11th. See store or Kohl's.com for details.
Carmichael Dave here for Capital Casino. Sacramento summertime heat is back. And, of course, Cap Casino, Sacramento's #1 poker room, wants to invite everyone to soak up some air conditioning, still with the most variety of table games in the region. And, as always, the best food, best service, and the best action, conveniently located in downtown Sacramento. Capital Casino, of course, reminding everyone to please make sure you gamble responsibly. 1-800-GAMBLER.
Labor Day savings now at Maida Chevy with $12,000 off MSRP on every new Silverado half-ton Turbo Max in stock after rebates.
$12,000 off every Silverado LT Turbo Max at Maida Chevy with at least 5 at this price.
Labor Day savings up to $12,000 off MSRP exclusively at Maida Chevy at MaidaChevy.com. Sacramento Silverado headquarters. Together, let's drive.
Not available with special financing, lease, and some other offers. Must trade in 2010 model year or newer. Ends 9/3/24.
Made a great deal at Maida.
The Drive Guys, live and local, every afternoon, Monday through Friday on Sacktown Sports.
Welcome back here, Drapes and Jay on The Drive, guys. Sacktown Sports, 1140. Shout out to everybody at work, listening in, watching on the YouTube chat, texting us as well, or driving around the city of Sacramento. Team USA survived Serbia today, 95-91. Steph Curry, 36 points. LeBron James, a triple-double. Joel Embiid went off in this game as well. He had 19 as USA survives, and they get ready to take on France Saturday in the gold medal game. Should be a good one. I think it's about a noon our time start out there in Paris, France. Want to shift gears to the Brandon Aiyuk situation, and basically we're at a point now, Jay and listeners, where there's no news. There's no movement. We're at a stalemate right now. We're at a point right now where the ball is in Brandon Aiyuk's court, but he don't want to go play. You know how it is. It's like being a basketball player as a kid. You got your rock, you got your team, you roll up to the playground, and you see who's playing, and you see a bunch of lame ball players. You're like, I don't even know if I want to play anymore. I don't even want to go out on their court. That's what Brandon Aiyuk is facing now with the teams that are interested in him and that he could actually go to. He doesn't really want to go to Cleveland. If he wanted to go to Cleveland, he could go right now. The offer's on the table. How come you're not taking that offer, Brandon Aiyuk? We already know he doesn't want to go to New England. He's hoping to steer his way to Pittsburgh and play for the Steelers, but the problem is the Niners aren't enamored with the package the Steelers are offering. For more on this, we got Jerry. He is ready. Jerry Dulac of the Pittsburgh Post-Gazette. He's the beat writer about the Pittsburgh Steelers. You can also hear him on the Steelers Radio Network. Jerry, appreciate you jumping on, man. How you doing today?
Well, fellas, I am fine. And to your point, I would say that the ball was not in Brandon Aiyuk's court. It's in the 49ers' court. It's just a question. They appear to be holding up whatever deal opportunities are out there. And in terms of what they might want in return. I will tell you, and I said this yesterday, that the Steelers are not going to give them a player. And I believe that from the things I have read from the other side, that the 49ers would prefer a player and want a player and preferably a receiver. Now, perhaps, and I've heard this or has been indicated to me, what might be holding it up is they are seeing if they can find a receiver somewhere else, and then maybe then they pull the trigger. Maybe that's what's holding it up. But it appears it's up to them what they want to do and what they're willing to accept.
Hey, Jerry, there were reports that the two sides had some talks before the draft. Were the Steelers, in your opinion, willing to offer more back then? And now are they saying, no, we're not giving you if you want 2 first-round picks, or we're not giving you the player now? Like, do the Steelers feel like they sort of have leverage over the Niners right now?
Probably to a degree. Where the 49ers feel they have leverage is the Steelers would like Brandon Aiyuk. They don't need, Brandon Aiyuk. They have George Pickens, and they have, some other capable receivers, but they would like Brandon Aiyuk. And I learned a long time ago there's a difference between what you like and what you need. But I think because the Steelers aren't going to budge and all of a sudden give them a player. They just, I've been told they're just not going to do that. And I don't think number 1 picks are involved in this at all. I think at best you're looking at a number 2 pick and probably multiple picks. But I don't think the Steelers aren't going to give the 49ers. I could just tell you, they're not going to give them a number 1 pick. So if they're holding out for a number 1 pick, well, they're not going to get it from the Steelers. But I don't believe that's part of the equation from what I've been told. So, I can't speak for what's going on the other side, and I don't know entirely what's going on here with the Steelers. But I have a good indication, and so. Is this going to drag into next week? I don't know. Is it going to drag through the weekend? Is it going to end tonight? I don't think that's the case either. But I think it's just kind of where the 49ers are waiting to see what's either acceptable or what else they can get if they lose and decide to trade Brandon Aiyuk.
Joined by Jerry Dulac of the Pittsburgh Post-Gazette and, of course, Steelers Radio Network. Jerry, in your best guess, and I think you kind of touched it a little bit, with the timing of the whole situation, do you think there is a deadline for the Steelers to say, you know what, this isn't it, and we're going to move on?
No, I don't think so, because if they are looking for somebody else to pair with George Pickens, there's really not anybody else out there, at least right now, that attracts them. And I think, let's go back a couple months. They were going to bring in, sure, they go back to your earlier point. They go back a couple months where they've talked to the 49ers about Aiyuk. Now, I can't tell you what the offers were back then, but, they entertained bringing in Michael Thomas. Well, the Jets signed him before he can ever get a chance to visit Pittsburgh. And so my point is they were looking for, a proven receiver who can be a number 2 guy. They brought in Van Jefferson, they brought in Kez Watkins, and while Van Jefferson has looked very good at training camp, I think they were looking for somebody, who has a more productive resume in the National Football League. They would like another guy, but I don't know at this point that there's another guy that appeals to them that they would be worth pursuing, really, that right now is maybe any better than what they have with Van Jefferson.
Jerry, do you think the Niners have sort of overplayed their hand a little bit throughout all this? Because listening to you and now reading some of the reports. As a matter of fact, Diana Rossini just came out and echoed what you had said earlier, that the Niners would like a receiver in return. They're open to other players at other positions as well, but they're looking to complete maybe a 3-team trade where they can get a wide receiver. Do you think that the Niners have sort of overplayed their hand a little bit? Because it seems like the Steelers, this is one of those deals where, hey, we don't have to do this move. You know what I mean? Our offer is what it is. We're not going to be pressured into giving you more than we're willing to give up.
I don't think there's any question they've overplayed their hand. It's because if they eventually part with Brandon Aiyuk, which, they're probably going to, but if they do, I'm sure what they're going to get now is going to be less than what they would have gotten 2 months ago. And I think, well, there's no question why the move was never made is, and I've been told this all along, what the 49ers wanted, there's no way the Steelers were ever going to give that to them. So, yeah, I think they thought they were going to get more, or they could get more for what they're eventually going to get for Aiyuk. And again, you're talking, it's not Deebo Samuel here. This is their second receiver. And I like Brandon Aiyuk. I liked him coming out. I thought he would be a good fit for the Steelers. But I think if they thought they were going to get a number one or a pair of number ones, or whatever they thought, they obviously not only overplayed it, they were wrong because they haven't gotten it. And so I think they've kind of did it to themselves, if you will.
Jerry, a lot of times what you say seems to be gold, and I know you would probably say opposite when it comes to the Steelers, but you've been around that team for quite a while and been on the beat and on the path. When you absolutely say there is no shot that the 49ers receive a player, you really believe there's not one player that might be in the trade talks for the Pittsburgh Steelers?
Well, the one thing I've also learned through over the years is I never say never. All I will tell you is the people who matter, in that franchise told me they are not trading a player.
Wow.
I can't tell you why they have that stance, but all I can tell you is as of yesterday and as of 7 minutes ago, that's still, how long I've been on the show? 7 minutes before we went on.
Right.
That's still the stance. So that's all I can tell you.
What's the fan base's take on this? What's the vibe around the city? Do fans want them to get this done, or
Absolutely. Yeah. I'm sorry to interrupt. Absolutely, they do. Because look, fellas, at what they have done since last year. They have gone out and pursued. That's why they've been the talk of the offseason. They've gone out and they've pursued and obtained some of the biggest names in the league, starting with Russell Wilson. Then they go get Patrick Queen in free agency. Then, of course, everybody was talking about Justin Fields. They go out and get Justin Fields after they trade Kenny Pickett, their former number one pick. So they have not been afraid. They gave Patrick Queen the biggest contract they've ever given in free agency. Russell Wilson is the biggest name, biggest resume they've ever attained in free agency. And then they go out, an hour after they trade Kenny Pickett, go back to the Bears and get Justin Fields. And so now this is just another example of them trying to get back where they believe they should be. And that's, among the elite. They're still obviously a very good team, a very good franchise. Haven't won a playoff game in 7 years, fellas. And I think they're a little tired and a little impatient about that happening. And so they are going to do what they feel they need to do to put themselves back where they feel they belong. And Brandon Aiyuk would add to that. And so that's been their mindset. And that's why, they're not going to break the bank for them. They're not going to be stupid about it. But they have been actively talking and trying to make a trade or sign a guy like a Michael Thomas. But they all along, their druthers would have been to have Brandon Aiyuk. And if they can do it, you know what? Good for them.
Jerry, we'd be remiss not to ask about Najee Harris, who's a local boy around here. But before you get to Najee, I wanted to get your take on the quarterback competition right now between Justin Fields, Russell Wilson. I know it's still early in the game, but we're also inching closer to the season. What's your take on where the Steelers see both their quarterbacks right now?
Well, I will say this for Russell Wilson's little calf injury. It's not serious. not a Joe Burrow injury, but I will tell you, they don't want it to become a Joe Burrow injury. So that's why they've just been cautious with him. But you watch Russ move in training camp. You watch him move in drills, 7-on-7. He's been back in some team drills. He moves perfectly fine. They're just being cautious with him. But what it does is it has given them a chance to evaluate Justin Fields to see what he can do in this offense. How does he look, under Arthur Smith's control? And he has looked very good. You see the best of Justin Fields, down the field, throwing dimes, a one read throw on a slant to George Pickens, bang. Where you see the bad Justin Fields is drop back, maybe try to go through a few progressions. Okay, now what? Boom, gets thrown into the ground. And then, of course, you see his skill set with his feet is impressive. But I don't think it changes anything. Russell Wilson was brought in to be their starting quarterback. He will be their starting quarterback. But I think maybe Justin Fields has given them pause to think, hey, maybe we have to incorporate a couple packages. And, Arthur Smith said the other day, fellas, that he's dangerous with the football in his hands. Why would you keep that kind of guy on the bench for the entire game? If, one thing you want to do this year is score points after having one of the worst offenses in the league last year. Why would you not use that guy in some form? But as of right now, there's really no competition. Russell Wilson will be the starter in week 1, barring something unforeseen, an injury or that. But, there's really no open competition, but they're getting a good look at Justin Fields. And so far, they like what they see.
Jerry Dulac, Pittsburgh Post-Gazette, joining us. Jerry, when you talk to people, around the league, they view Pittsburgh as sort of a dark horse team. What are some of the expectations of that franchise? And do they go as far as the quarterback position takes them this year?
Yeah, fellas, you look at last year, they were 10-7. Now, Mason Rudolph came off the bench and actually saved their season with those 3 wins. But they were a 10-7 playoff team. Well, look at their roster and what they've done in the offseason and tell me they are a better team right now than they were last year at 10-7. So, I think it's very feasible. 11-6, you get a few good breaks. You never know. Maybe 12-5, but I'll stick with 11-6, and we'll see what happens from there. But I think people are excited. They're certainly excited here by all the moves they've made and the hope. And, yeah, they don't have Ben Roethlisberger anymore, and they have a 36-year-old quarterback in Russell Wilson. But, fellas, he threw 26 touchdowns last year with 8 interceptions. You know how many quarterbacks in the league will take that? You know how many teams in the league would take that from their quarterback? I don't think there's any question. People want to say, oh, does he have anything left in his tank? Yeah, I think he does, and certainly we're going to find out. I don't even think that's a question, but we will see, and that's the reason they brought in a guy who's won 1 Super Bowl, should have won another, 9-time Pro Bowler. That's what they feel they need, right, to take that step immediately to win a playoff game and try and get back to where they're accustomed to being, as I said earlier, at the top of the league, winning Super Bowls. Are they a Super Bowl team? No, but they at least want to start making the steps, taking the steps back toward that, and that's what they're trying to do.
Jerry Dulac, Pittsburgh Post-Gazette, Steelers Radio Network host. Jerry, we appreciate you, man. Thanks for coming on The Drive, guys.
Hey, fellas, a nice chat with you.
All right, Jerry Dulac of the Pittsburgh Post-Gazette. When we come back, we'll get back to Team USA basketball out there. I see some of your texts. You can also hit us up, 916-339-1140. It's The Drive, guys, here on Sacktown Sports 1140.
At Fisher Investments, we may seem like other money managers, but we're different.
What makes you so different than the rest of us?
We ensure clients receive unparalleled service at every step of the relationship.
Tell me more.
Our investment counselors focus on service over sales, prioritizing clients' needs.
How do you make money?
We don't sell any commission-based products. We have a simple management fee based on the value of our client's portfolio. So we do better when our clients do better.
What about client portfolios?
We get to know each client, their finances, family, health, lifestyle, and more, and then we tailor a portfolio based on their specific goals and needs.
Your clients really come first then, huh?
Yes, we make them a top priority. Our goal is helping them achieve a comfortable retirement.
Wow, maybe we are different.
At Fisher Investments, we're clearly different. Learn more at FisherInvestments.com.
Investing in securities involves the risk of loss. Hi, this is Frank LaRosa.
And this is Scott Marsh.
Join us weekly for Golf to Go right here on Sacktown Sports. We talk to all the local golf experts in the area and give you the latest on all the courses as well.
And not to mention all the golf legends and celebrities, along with all the latest in equipment and tournaments too.
Most importantly, we'll just have some fun talking about a game that's fun to play.
You know, it's my favorite hour of the week, Frank.
Golf to Go, Thursdays at 6 p.m. and Saturdays at 8 a.m. right here on Sacktown Sports. Give us a listen. I think you'll enjoy it.
Sacramento, Dierks Bentley's coming to town. Saturday, September 28th at Hart Health Park at Cal Expo for Country in the Park 2. And he's bringing some friends. Farmally, Tyler Rich, Dasha, Kelsey Hart, and more. Saturday, September 28th at Hart Health Park at Cal Expo. Get your tickets today before they're sold out at CITPFest.com.
Brought to you by RVs of Sacramento and Public Chrysler Dodge Jeep and Ram Center.
Whitey here reminding you that not all gas grills are created equal. Bring out all the delicious flavors in your grilled meats with the amazing Napoleon Prestige and Prestige Pro line of outdoor cookers. My Napoleon Stainless Steel Pro Series gas grill has turned me into a grilling pro with features other grills cannot match. They're built different, built better, built to last. Made with premium stainless steel that boasts quality and a lifetime warranty. I may never want to cook indoors again. Napoleon grills and accessories are now available at your nearby Amy's, Ace Hardware in Sacramento, and now El Dorado.
Sacramento Dodge Chrysler Jeep Ram off Business 80 next to Hagen Oaks or online sacksuperstore.com. Big inventory and the right deal. Experience it for yourself and see why their customers drive away smiling. It's the Sack Superstore difference.
Hi, this is Greg Papa. Disasters hit every day. If your home, business, or building has suffered from any disaster, SunPoint Public Adjusters can help. SunPoint prepares, presents, and negotiates your claim with the insurance company, working only for you, making sure you get everything you're entitled to and letting your focus be on what's most important, your family or your business. Call SunPoint today at 888-247-7865 or contact us at sunpoint.us. SunPoint Public Adjusters, the gold standard in public adjusting.
License number 2N14884.
Your new home for 49ers football in the 916 Sacktown Sports.
Oh, Michael Jackson here on this Thursday afternoon, the Drive Guys. Sacktown Sports 1140, little human nature. What you know about this, Shay? I was a young pup when this came out.
I think I was alive when this came out, actually.
Really? Get out of here.
Came out in 83, right?
Yeah, when were you
I was born year after.
Dang! You making me feel old, big fella.
Triple check.
Yeah, triple check.
When did Thriller come out? 82 or 83?
83, I thought it was Thriller.
So, yeah,
so this was before Thriller.
So I wasn't alive.
Dang.
Because I came out, I was born with Thriller. So
you're making me feel old, man. I got the grizzly,
Lowry season, baby. You're seasoned.
I tell you what, man. This beard, though, it's not me, Jay. I'm about to, tomorrow I'm getting it shaved off, big fella.
You going the baby face assassin?
Yeah.
What?
People like to rub up on the little baby face, not the stubble. I go to give my daughter a little kiss on the cheek or something like that. Dad, you're too scratchy, and so I think I'm going to get rid of it tomorrow again.
Wow.
I just been too lazy to shave.
Okay.
You know what I mean? It's off season. So I'm like, I wake up, throw on the same clothes from yesterday.
I got you.
I ain't trying to, do myself up, but I don't know, man. Weekends coming up and everything.
You ain't the beard. The beard is in right now.
Is it really?
Oh, absolutely, man. They love the beard.
I may have to put a poll out or something like that. 916-339-1140. Beard or no beard?
You'd be surprised. You'll be surprised.
It's funny. So my son got his hair done yesterday.
Okay.
He got some twist or something.
Okay.
I don't even know what it's called. And I'm like, Nick, how come you don't get hair like your dad? And this was when I was lined up perfectly, smooth. You know what I mean? I was feeling myself. And he's like, Dad, nobody has hair like yours anymore. And I'm like, my style, what I mean? What does that mean? It's it's just a nice clean cut, And it's he won't do it. These kids nowadays won't do just
what it is, Drapes? It's not, man. It's the lineup and the wild hair.
Yeah.
It's the Kobe stuff. Kobe was one of the first cats that put this into the atmosphere.
Yeah.
I remember he just had the lineup and then everything else was just everywhere.
Let go.
Yeah, it's like, and then cats start doing it with the sponge.
Yup,
put the sponge.
Yeah.
So that's what the children, man, that's what the kids do. You look at the NBA 9 times out of 10 now. You're starting to see cornrows starting to pop back up and now with some of these youngsters. I'm like, man, I thought cornrows was out.
Right,
you know?
right. That was like 30, 40 years ago, back in the day, 30 years ago.
They starting to pop back up, man.
So I'm going to be clean shaven. I'm going to get the cut. I'm going to get the lineup, and I'm going to feel good.
Now you got to do the beard, bro.
You think so?
Got to keep the beard. The beard is in right now. It's James Harden style.
I don't know. Trey says bring back the baby-faced assassin. See, Trey knows me. He knows me.
You know what's tough for me when a cat don't have no facial hair?
What? You don't like that?
I just feel like, dude, what are you doing? You almost not even trustworthy, man. You're not even trustworthy. I can't trust a man who don't have no facial hair.
Come on, Jay, you killing me, bro. Really?
Don't go New York Yankee on me, bro.
I'm saying, man, nice and clean and everything. The point on the sideburns is nice and crisp.
But that's different. Like, we're talking about once you get down past the chops or whatever. Yeah. If you don't have anything under that, I don't know, bro.
I
Vitamins think just smooth baby booty.
Smooth.
Yeah, I don't know about that, man. You gotta have a little something. No, I'm just saying when men don't have something on the face, man, it's just tough.
My thing is, and maybe I haven't learned this yet, how to care for a beard. You know what I mean? Like how to maintain it.
Oh yeah,
because I just let it go, and I'm like, do I need to trim it up a little bit? Do I, what do you do? Give me. I don't know what to do, Jay.
It depends on how you like the style. I'm kind of like in the middle as far as width wise. Some people had a Rick Ross, which is, all the way down to the chin, the neck, neck. And if you go that style, the old Ice Cube, it just depends. Some people like the chin strap, the small little skinny chin strap. It depends on where you like to live. And then the other part is you can't have a dry beard. That's one thing you can't have. You can't have.
I feel like my beard is
so you
dry.
got we got to add
some beard oil.
Oh man, we got to put some black castor oil on that, some vitamin E, some sandalwood. We got to put something on that beard, man. When you scratch that beard and that thing talk to you, like you rubbing your hand across sandpaper. No, that's not.
That's what I'm saying. That's my problem.
You got to come on, man. We got to put. We got to nutrient that beard up, brother.
All right, so I'm going to give it one more week. How about that? Can I give it one more week? And I'm going to take care of it.
Yes.
Yeah, and I'm going to go to the store. Our boy Chris Haynes, his wife, owns a beauty supply store out in Elk Grove. I'm going to go check her out then and tell her to, hook your boy up.
Yeah, you got to put something on that beard. It's got to have a little liquid, brother. It's got to be like you got to feed it.
Like you
got to nurture it. Yeah, see, now you don't want that. You don't want that. You can't do that.
See, I needed somebody to school me on it, man. I appreciate that.
The beard is almost like a Jerry curl.
Oh, you got to spritz it
because the dry Jerry curl back in the day was a no-no.
That was no, you couldn't do that, man.
You're gonna start a fire.
About to catch fire, right?
Exactly. So the same thing with the beard. You can't walk around with the dry beard. You don't want the Arizona beard.
All right. I might check out Charlene's Beauty Supply in Elk Grove. I might go check her out. Coming up in just a little bit, back to basketball. We got to talk about your Sacramento Kings. Jay's been throwing out this idea. Who should the captain of the Kings be this upcoming season? We bring this topic up because the Knicks made a big deal about Jalen Brunson. Who's the Kings captain? And more of your calls about Team USA coming up next on The Drive, guys. Sacktown Sports, 1140.
I didn't ask to be thrown in the streets with nowhere to go. I didn't think I'd survive. But I did ask for help, and Covenant House was there for me.
1 in 10 young adults will experience a form of homelessness this year. For these kids who didn't ask to be put in this unthinkable situation, Covenant House is there.
Covenant House helped me break the cycle of homelessness in my family. They gave me the love that I needed.
Over 2,000 young people will sleep safely in a Covenant House bed tonight. When youth who are experiencing homelessness have a hot meal, a safe place to sleep, medical care, and love, they can overcome heartbreaking challenges and have a brighter future.
They just really genuinely just wanted to help me succeed, and I'm succeeding. I'm a speaker, I'm an author. Covenant House really helped me and really helped mold me into the woman I am today.
If you or someone you love is asking for help, Go to safeplacetosleep.org today.
Hey, movie fans, it's time to get your tickets to see Borderlands, the IMAX experience at the Esquire IMAX Theater in downtown Sacramento.
It's on the weirdest, most dangerous dumpster fire of a world in the universe. God, I hate this planet.
The best-selling video game of all time hits the big screen with a ragtag team of misfits on an epic adventure to achieve unimaginable power. Don't miss opening weekend of Borderlands in front of the Esquire IMAX 6-story screen. Grab your tickets early at IMAX.com/Sacramento and reserve your seats today.
What sets Ashton & Price apart from other injury law firms? I'll tell you. From beginning to end, all important legal decisions are made directly between our clients and their experienced local attorney. A gate agent flying the plane, the receptionist performing surgery, not a chance. There's simply no substitute for the unique power of the direct attorney-client relationship offered by Ashton & Price. And there's never a fee until we win, and between you and me, we win a lot.
Remember, for the best advice, don't think twice. Call Ashton and Price.
The Gold Rush Classic, where the stars and guitars shine. The Gold Rush Classic is a celebrity pro-am golf tournament, a $1 million hole-in-one contest, the Harrah's Celebrity Challenge, a draft party, a farm-to-fork dinner, and a concert under the stars. The Gold Rush Classic takes place August 22nd and 23rd in Rancho Murrieta. Come join the fun, raise money for charity, and play golf with a celebrity like Tim Brown, Mervyn Fernandez, Greg Lloyd, Michael Merriweather, Reggie Theus, Greg Ostertag, Olden Polynice, or our own Greg Vaughn. The Gold Rush Classic is sponsored by Harrah's Northern California. Harrah's Northern California is the presenting sponsor of the 2024 Celebrity Challenge. Check out our newest game, Hot Seat Jackpot, and join us for a casual, elegant dining experience at Louis Oliver's. Harrah's Northern California. Fast action fun. Gold Rush Classic golf and concert sponsorships are still available at goldrushclassic.org. All right, get ready for an incredible lineup of live music and events with the Sacktown Sports live events calendar. Jason Mraz is at Thunder Valley on August 9th, and don't miss the Truckee Music Festival on August 9th and 10th, featuring Kit Moore and Sublime. Then rock out with the Mick Adams Stones Tribute on August 15th at Thunder Valley. And get ready for Michael Franti at the Backyard in Sacramento on August 23rd. It's Soulfest 24 live on August 24th at Thunder Valley. Plus, take a trip back in time with 80s Rewind at Thunder Valley on September 1st. Train and REO Speedwagon are at Toyota Amphitheater on September 6th, and the Doobie Brothers at Toyota Amphitheater on September 10th. Then don't miss the Lodi Grape Festival September 12th through the 15th, featuring Joe Nichols and Smash Mouth. And you'll laugh out loud with George Lopez at Hard Rock Live Sacramento coming September 21st. Then it's Bad Religion at Hard Rock Live Sacramento on October 19th. The Sacktown Sports live events calendar is your ticket to the hottest live shows in town.
Hi, Michael Dave here for Capital Casino. Sacramento summertime heat is back. And, of course, Cap Casino, Sacramento's #1 poker room, wants to invite everyone to soak up some air conditioning, still with the most variety of table games in the region. And, as always, the best food, best service, and the best action, conveniently located in downtown Sacramento. Capital Casino, of course, reminding everyone to please make sure you gamble responsibly. 1-800-GAMBLER.
From the Power Business Technology Toshiba Studios.
Your home for Kings basketball for over 25 seasons.
No look, Bibby to Weber, down the lane, flying jam. There's your play of the night right there. It's inside is Sabonis, a two-hand rip, a brilliant pass from De'Aaron Fox.
KHTKAM Sacramento, KYMX HD2 Sacramento.
Sacktown Sports.
The only station in Sacramento giving you local sports coverage from 6 a.m. to 6 p.m. Monday through Friday. Sacktown Sports.
All right, the people are weighing in. Beard or no beard for your boy Drapes. Somebody from the 916. When you go to that beard and it talks to you, you got problems. LMAO. It do be talking to me. I see what you mean, Studio Craig.
Studio Craig talking that talk because it's for real.
It's for real. 916 Drapes. Keep the beard. I rocked mine for a while, and it cost a lot to keep it up with the barbershop. I mean, you got to keep up with it. That's the thing. You can't just let it go scraggly or anything like that.
Yeah.
But Jay, somebody coming in over the top rope here. Maybe outweighing everybody that's weighing in. Mom Dukes just texted me. She just texted me. I'm going to read you what she said.
Mama Drake.
Yeah, she be listening to the show back there in Philly. She says, I don't like it. It makes you look older.
Dang.
There you go, right there.
All
End the
is
discussion,
done.
right?
Yeah.
If mom don't like it, come on, man.
Yeah, it's over.
And I agree with her. It does make me look older, man.
Well, you might have to go midnight cocoa bean or something. You know, you might have to put a little color in that, man. Get your Dion on, man. Get your Dion, your Floyd Mayweather.
Yeah, see, now I even thought about doing a goatee too. I thought about rocking the goatee, something like that. But I'm not a facial hair guy. I may give it another week, but I got the appointment tomorrow to get it shaped up.
Maybe you knock down the actual full goatee and do just the the ring around the mouth. Yeah,
just
exactly.
a little ring.
Yeah,
Okay.
man.
All right.
Look, bro, it's another season coming up, right? 24-25 season. NBA. I know you getting your suits prepared. You've been chewing on rabbit food for the last 2 or 3 weeks. To make sure your certain suits and some new fresh threads is coming through. So, man, maybe a different look for a quick minute. That's all I'm saying.
Yeah, we'll see. We'll see, man.
But
Frank
if Moms
says,
talks,
right.
Gotta listen.
And my boy Frank on the YouTube chat, Sacktown Sports 1140. Drapes, you need to shave, my brother. And so I'm leaning towards it. We'll see how I feel when I wake up tomorrow. Back to sports, though. Team USA getting it done today. Big win over Serbia, 95-91. Steph Curry, 36. LeBron, a triple-double. Embiid had 19. No Jayson Tatum. Didn't matter. Team USA got the win. Meanwhile, Jay, you brought up something earlier this week that we've been meaning to get to, and I think this is a very interesting discussion. Who's the Sacramento Kings team captain this upcoming season? The New York Knicks named Jalen Brunson the captain. They, rolled out a full-page ad, billboard in Times Square, tweeted all about it. Like, they made a big deal. Like, who names a captain in August and July? The Knicks do. But that got us thinking, who should the Sacramento Kings captain be? And to me, it really only is one of two players.
Really?
Maybe I'll throw in DeMar DeRozan as a third.
Okay.
But it either has to be Fox or Domas, right?
Wow.
You think DeRozan should be in the mix?
Yeah, I thought DeRozan, and I'll throw another one in for you.
What?
Malik Monk.
How you going to have a bench player as the captain?
Well, we know Malik is an exception to the rule.
Yeah.
Right. Like we know he would probably start on half, if not a little more than half of the league when it comes to, and we've seen it, people
probably should be
him
starting for us too. Yeah.
But he's kind of like Jamal Crawford. Most people knew Jamal Crawford could start most places in the league, and he did it, but he had a tremendous skill, which was coming off the bench. And that's where Malik is, especially here for the Kings. And who better to have this conversation with than you? You travel with the team. You eat with the squad here and there. You go to practice, do your thing. You're doing interviews. You're around these guys, on a daily basis on the road. You rub shoulders. You see family, friends, everything, right?
Yep.
And so you can't tell me from the outside looking in, and I'm a little closer than fans, but the spirit animal is Malik. Is it not for this team?
He's the heart and soul.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So why is that not your captain?
See, but Jay, I wish it was that easy, big fella.
Okay.
Because everything you said makes sense. I get it. He's the heart and soul of the captain. He's a vocal leader. He's that guy. But you don't just give the captaincy to whoever is the most vocal or whoever is the heart and soul of the team. I remember in Boston, they went years without a captain, and everybody thought it should be Marcus Smart. But how would that make Jayson Tatum feel? How would that make Jaylen Brown feel? You give it to Malik. You give it to DeMar. How does that make De'Aaron Fox feel? I feel like when you hand out the captaincy, unless it's clear cut, like I feel like it is in New York, Julius Randle was hurt. Jalen Brunson carried the team to the playoffs. He's the face of the franchise.
Right.
Does the captain have to be the face of the franchise? And if so, that's De'Aaron Fox then.
Yeah.
Right? How would Foxy feel if we gave it to Malik or DeMar DeRozan or Domas when Fox has been here, laid the sweat on the ground at Golden One Center,
right?
Suffered through 28 win seasons, been through the ups and downs, and now you give it to somebody else. See, so that's why I think when you hand out the captaincy, you got to think of the psychological impact too. It's not just who's the best player or who, embodies the team spirit. How's it going to play out with the rest of the guys too? Has to be factored in.
But, and I ask you this, excuse me, I set the conversation up completely because you have the opportunity to be around these guys and you have the opportunity to see how they operate and act and respond to each other. With that being said, it sounds to me, and that, I don't want you to pull back the curtain to a certain extent, but it sounds to me as if De'Aaron operates as the captain for this team. Is that kind of what you're saying? Because from the outside looking in, and I'm playing the fan, of course I'm a little more privy to information. What I'm saying too is, to me, I think the way Malik carries himself, the way he looks on the floor, when we see him after the game, when we see him, in the media, he seems to carry himself as the captain. And I think De'Aaron seems to carry himself as the star. And I think those are two different things. And for me, when you give me the example of, the Celtics kind of sound like everybody wanted Marcus Smart to be the captain, but at the same time, because of, psychological situation, we don't want to name one because we don't want to put our stars or have them feel kind of bad.
Right.
To me, that kind of tells me, that lets me know Marcus Smart was the captain. and we're doing it despite, because we don't want guys to feel bad. Like, as a captain, you got to be able to we talk about Steve Kerr.
Yep.
Right?
Yeah.
He's the lead for the Golden State Warriors one way or another. He's going to catch all the flack. He's caught it a lot of times. He's also been given a pass a lot of times because of what his players have done. Right? But I say that to say he's the one that 9 times out of 10 goes out and talk. And I know he has to as the coach, but it seems like, one thing, and you said this, one thing about Steve Kerr is he's not afraid to pick up the phone and have tough political questions. He's not afraid to have answer humanity questions and humanity conversations. And so that's a big deal when it comes to the leader. Now, when you transfer to basketball side of it, I guess my question to you, Drapes, is, has De'Aaron, and I don't mean to put you on the spot, but has De'Aaron exemplified those things to you inside the circle, not outside the circle?
I think so. And I think a lot of what De'Aaron does, people don't see. It's not rah-rah. It's not, come on, guys, let's win one for the Gipper. He's not delivering a motivational speech or anything like that. But I've seen him take the young guys under his wing during the offseason.
That's big time.
I've seen him, invite Keegan down to, SoCal to work out with him. Like, I feel like a lot of things that De'Aaron does is behind the scenes.
By example.
Yeah, by example, too. And I also know, because we talked to Domas about this, everybody knows it's De'Aaron's team. Right. Like, it doesn't have to, a label of captain doesn't have to be placed on De'Aaron Fox because everybody is already following him. Like, and it doesn't even have to be spoken. And so, I'm looking at the text line and people weighing in on the YouTube chat, and they're saying, Curtis Hicks says, I was thinking Malika as well, if it's not Fox, Sabonis, or DeRozan. Campio says Fox needs to be vocal at practice in games and after games during press conferences. I don't know about that.
Yeah, I disagree with that, because one of the things De'Aaron, and I get what, who was that? Campio said that? I get what Campio was saying. Most of the time, Drapes, and you know this better than all of us, man, because you have lived this long enough to be in around players quite a bit, seasons upon seasons. Most of the time, the star is also the person that grabs everyone's attention. But there are also times where, as you say with De'Aaron, and I have to also throw this in for De'Aaron as well, is one thing De'Aaron did last year that I thought was highly underrated, and he said it one time, he brought attention to it in the press conference, is for 2-3 years, Harrison Barnes was kind of that, like the guinea pig, the guy you throw out when the Kings play bad or something goes
the guy
wrong.
Meeting with the media and all that. He's the
me, I thought last year De'Aaron was that guy.
Yeah.
I truly thought, the PR of the Kings, and he mentioned one of the young ladies by name and was like, listen, when they ask me, I come out.
Yeah.
I'm not running from the smoke. You know, I don't necessarily have to do this. I don't necessarily have to come out and talk about talk about my game or what we did right or what we did wrong, why we won, why we lost. I do it because my organization is asking me. Right. And to me, that's a captain.
That's a captain, right?
For sure.
Yeah. And, you know, he had his little hiccup midway through the season. Remember, he had like a little self-imposed, boycott of the media. But you're right about that, man. I thought this year especially, he took more ownership of when they won and lost, he was there to answer the questions, you know? And that's part of being a leader also. You know, as part of being a leader is when you lose, not ducking that smoke.
Yeah.
You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Don't be giving me Keon Ellis and Harrison Barnes
right.
when the Warriors just beat you by 25 or something, or you just like. And so I think De'Aaron took some steps in that direction. We're going to get to the phones coming up in a minute. 916-339-1140. This is your chance to weigh in. Who should be the Kings captain this upcoming season? Should it be Malik Monk, De'Aaron Fox, DeMar DeRozan, or Domantas Sabonis? Hit us up. It's the Drive Guys here on Sacktown Sports 1140.
Attention! If you owe money to the IRS, this is an urgent message. The IRS is cracking down by sending out heart-stopping letters, aggressively garnishing paychecks, seizing bank accounts, and putting liens on homes and businesses. They call it enforced compliance, and you better watch out because penalties and interest on unpaid taxes compound daily, making it seem impossible to ever get out of debt. Don't let the tax debt destroy your life. You need to call Optima Tax Relief, the #1 tax resolution firm. They're experts in the Fresh Start Initiative, one of the biggest breaks that the IRS has ever offered. If you qualify, you could save thousands. Optima's resolved over $1 billion of tax debt for their clients. A+ rated with the Better Business Bureau, they'll fight to get you the best deal possible. Call Optima now for a free consultation.
Call 800-343-6460. 800-343-6460. 800-343-6460.
Optima Tax Relief.
Some restrictions apply. For complete details, please visit OptimaTaxRelief.com.
Hello, Sacramento. I'm Emran Pilati, owner of True Sports Cards and Collectible Store here in Rockland, California, and the host of the True Sports Cards Show that airs right here on Sacktown Sports 1140 every Saturday from 10 to 11 a.m., where we discuss the latest trends, hottest products, and deliver exclusive interviews with other industry leaders. And don't forget to visit our shop, True Sports Cards, at 6661 Stanford Ranch Road in Rockland and see what we have for all your sports card and memorabilia needs.
Your flagship station for the Beam Team, Sacktown Sports.
Drapes and Jay, Sacktown Sports 1140. Our guy Kevin Gleason Whitey's still on vacation all this week. He'll be back in this chair on Monday. Hit us up, 916-339-1140. You can also text us, same number, and hit us up on YouTube. Talking about who should the captain be for the Sacramento Kings. And I'll throw something else at you. Do they even need one? Does it need to be said, or is Mike Brown the de facto captain? You know, is the coach. Because when you look at it, and this is one of the things, you know, I go back to my time in Boston. One of the reasons they didn't name one is because you had a lot of young guys. You had a lot of young guys, and you didn't want to introduce that in. We're more of an older team. Not you know, we're not super young, we're not super old, but we're a mature team right now. Is it time that we bequeath that responsibility on somebody? De'Aaron, you are our captain. Domas, you are our captain. Do we need a bigger voice from the players and not necessarily Mike Brown?
I would say yes. Me personally, yes. Quick question, Drake.
Yeah.
Do you happen to know if there was a captain last year?
I don't think so.
There was not.
I don't think so. Yeah, I can find out real quick.
Yeah,
I don't think so.
I would say yeah, because I think you need to start to progress into becoming a champion.
Right.
I think you have to put the onus on some of your stars and some of your top flight talent to kind of take the necessary step. And that may be one of the, I won't say gimmick is not the proper word, but that may be something, an aspect of anointing a captain and allowing that person to dictate certain things throughout the season. I'd also argue DeMar DeRozan. And I know, I know he's new. I got it. You know, I understand that. But I think he holds that type of respect throughout the league that people, when DeMar talks, you listen. When DeMar acts, you pay attention. You know, DeMar has an outstanding reputation throughout the league, man. Like, a lot of people really respect what he's done, how he operates. And, you know, I also go back to the fact that Drapes, is he was one of the two people, him and Kevin Love, that the NBA, the association, the Players Association, the league came out and got behind when it come to, you know, mental health. And so if the league is anointing you that, then one of 30 definitely probably anoints you as one of that, you know, as a leader in this league too. And so I think he has some cachet. I'm pretty sure, you know, he's got a conversation and relationship with Domas and De'Aaron and Malik and Coach Brown and everyone down there. I could see him coming in and being the de facto leader in the fact of, you know what, out of you know, seniority.
Right.
Out of seniority, you're a captain as well.
Well, I think that's one of the things that we need to see how it plays out with DeMar, because does he come in just trying to fit in? You know what I mean? Just, you know, it's De'Aaron's team, just be one of the guys, or does he come in carrying some weight, carrying 23,000 career points, being a multiple-time All-Star, playing in big games? And so if I'm the Kings, I want DeMar to be DeMar.
Right.
You know what I mean? And if I'm De'Aaron Fox, I'm saying, hey, man, you got the pedigree, you got the resume, you know, sort of like, and I'm not saying De'Aaron should do this, but remember when Shaq went to Miami? First thing he said, D-Wade, this is your team. This is your team. Does DeMar do that to Fox? Does Fox do that to DeMar? Like, I don't know. I just think, you know, when you look at leaders, and a lot of people are saying Domantas Sabonis, somebody from the 831, Fox is the best overall player, but in terms of team captain, I think it's Domas. The reason is because Domas is more of a vocal leader.
Is he?
That is a neat. Yeah. During games, for sure.
During games, he shows emotion.
Sure. Yeah.
Emotion.
But you know, in practice, not as much. You know,
he's not demonstrative outside of the game, right?
Right. Exactly. He's a little different. But here's the thing about Domas, De'Aaron Fox, DeMar DeRozan. Can you be the captain when everybody knows you're not the best player? Meaning, if everybody knows De'Aaron Fox is the best player, isn't he the de facto captain then? Like, if everybody knows we're going to go as far as this dude takes us, isn't he the captain by default?
Kind of, but I think that's why I say, can you be the star and also not be the captain, or can you be the captain and not be the star? You know, look, if you think about this, and I'm going to spin the wheel a little bit here. The Kings aren't in this position. I'm trying to think of someone who might be in this. Okay, here we go. Ant-Man is the star when it comes to Minnesota. But when you really look at it, and maybe this year he's taking a necessary step. So let's kick back the year before. We knew he was a star. We knew Cat was there. But I think if you really ask most people would say Mike Conley's the captain.
You might be right about that. Yeah.
Like, he's not the star because he's a little old. He's a little long in the tooth with certain things. But he's still respected. People love him. The league loves him. You know, if I'm not mistaken, Mike Conley was somewhere on the board of Players Association at one point in time. I know he's been a team rep a few times and, you know, throughout his career. I think if you were to ask people last year, now this year may be different, this past year, 2 years ago, most people would probably say Mike Conley's the captain. And so I throw that example out there. I don't think the Kings are right there. I think De'Aaron has enough cachet, respect, all-league guy, Domantas the same time. But I will also say Malik is kind of like, you know, like you said, he's the heartbeat.
Yeah.
He's the heartbeat. DeMar's probably the wily veteran. You know, he's the body, so to say. De'Aaron's probably the brain. You know, like, and Domas is the muscle. You know, I'm building a player here, Drake. Follow me.
No, I'm
you
listening.
Know what I mean? So what I'm saying to you is yeah, the muscle is needed. Absolutely, right? You can argue it.
Right.
The brain, absolutely. The brain go dead, we're in trouble.
Yeah.
The heart stopped pumping. We not here.
Yes.
That type of stuff. And so that's where I'm thinking is like the Kings may have to go co-captain. Can you go have you ever seen a team go co-captain in the NBA?
I have not. I have not. And here's another thing, Jay, and it just popped into my head. How about if you're the Kings? How about if you're Mike Brown, you want De'Aaron to grow in that role, so you say, De'Aaron, you're our captain, as a way to try to motivate him to be all those things.
Makes
the
sense.
Heartbeat, more vocal, whatever it is. Don't duck the smoke, a press conference. And I think, too, I believe when you look at De'Aaron Fox, as great of a talent as he is, when he has a coach, he has an organization that believes in him, you'll get the best out of him. And so if you say, De'Aaron, you're our guy, you're the face of our franchise, you are our leader, you get the best from De'Aaron Fox. There's a reason why Domantas Sabonis, right from day one, fourth quarter, I just get out the way. It's De'Aaron's time.
Right.
And we've seen De'Aaron be great the last couple of years. If you got another guy, and I'm not saying DeMar would do this, but let's say you got another young guy trying to, establish himself. No, I'm the leader. You know what I mean? Or I'm trying to, then it becomes kind of dicey. I think if you name De'Aaron Fox the captain, ain't nobody going to have a problem with it. Ain't nobody going to have a problem with it. If you name DeMar, De'Aaron might be like, or Domas, I don't know. But, you name Malik, I think De'Aaron be happy for him. But a lot of people be like, to me, the captain is somebody you trust and are going to follow when times get tough. Not just an extension of the coach. You brought up Mike Conley.
Yeah.
In the foxhole, I can trust on Mike Conley.
Sure.
Because he's that guy. He's cerebral. He's been in big games. He's a pro's pro. On the Kings team, when I look at the roster, I think placing that on De'Aaron Fox would be huge for this Sacramento Kings team. Saying, we trust De'Aaron. You're our leader. You're our face of the franchise. You are the guy that sets the culture in this locker room. That's asking a lot of them.
It is.
Jay.
Yeah.
But you got to bring it out of them, right?
Mm-hmm. I hadn't saw it from that point. I really hadn't. I'll be honest, man. I think if you anoint him as your captain, you're kind of putting, this organization in his hands. And quite frankly, this organization has been in his hands in certain instances, and maybe this is the finality of, okay, De'Aaron, take us on home.
Right.
We either ride you to a championship one way or another. And I know this, a captain is a small piece of this, but it also shows that you have belief in De'Aaron. And, I hadn't thought about that. I was kind of looking more of, I think what some of the fans are looking for, the rah-rah, the examples of being a captain. And again, I know De'Aaron does a lot behind closed doors. You hear guys, Davion and guys like that who went to train with him, as you said, talked about in LA. I mean, we heard at one point in time, he cut his honeymoon short. Practice and get some time in.
Get that work.
Yeah, absolutely. So I respect that. And that's what captains do. But I could definitely see the team saying, hey, De'Aaron, not only is this your team on the court, not only is this, we believe in you taking us to a higher level in basketball, but we also want to jump on your bandwagon and anoint you the captain, on and off the floor as well. And that's big, man.
Yeah.
That's big.
That's huge.
But I will say this.
That responsibility on him.
I was getting ready to say, and that's the word.
Yeah.
That's the word. When you have that type of responsibility, that's tough. That is tough.
Yeah, I just got word. They had what they called a captain committee.
Okay.
So it wasn't just your one guy or co-captains. It was probably 3 or 4 guys. If there's any problems, y'all can come to coach.
Got you.
That kind of thing.
Okay, the tribal chiefs.
Yeah, the tribal chiefs.
The tribal chiefs.
And I guarantee you Harrison Barnes was on there.
Guaranteed.
He had to be on there,
Who
right?
replaces HB?
DeMar DeRozan.
Okay.
He slides right into that spot, right?
Okay.
He got to have a voice in that locker room and with that team. All right, we got much more on that coming up in just a little bit. Plus, Noah Lyles, Team USA, the 200 meters. He was the favorite. What happened today to him? We'll talk about Team USA's win over Serbia and more phone calls as well. 916-339-1140. It's Drapes and Jay, the Drive Guys, Sacktown Sports 1140.
Sacramento, Dirks Bentley's coming to town. Saturday, September 28th at Hart Health Park at Cal Expo for Country in the Park 2. And he's bringing some friends. Farmally, Tyler Rich, Dasha, Kelsey Hart, and more. Saturday, September 28th at Hart Health Park at Cal Expo. Get your tickets today before they're sold out at CITPFest.com.
Brought to you by RVs of Sacramento and Hoblet Chrysler Dodge Jeep and Ram Center.
Keep your family cool and comfortable this summer with Bell Brothers' best summer ever financing events. When you replace your AC system, we're offering 0 payments, 0 interest for 6 months on approved credit, then low fixed rate thereafter. That's right, 0 payments, 0 interest for 6 months on any new AC system. It's an incredible offer on an incredible new AC system, but only for a limited time. This offer is also available on any plumbing, water heater, or insulation projects over $1,000. So call Bell Brothers now. Your family will thank you because they'll be cool and comfortable. But you have to hurry. Our offer for 0 payment, 0 interest for 6 months, then low fixed rate thereafter ends soon. Estimates and second opinions are free. So call now to keep your family cool and comfortable during Bell Brothers' best summer ever event. Our number is 916-444-1234 or find us online at theNoSurpriseGuys.com. That's theNoSurpriseGuys.com.
The No Surprise Guys, Bell Brothers.
I would end the day with sore feet, sore legs. The drugstore inserts that I was purchasing were really not very useful at all. I walked into the Good Feet store and the guy kind of grinned at me and said, I hear that a lot. I was living with chronic pain before going to the Good Feet store. Now I don't really have that problem. I'm able to do the things that I expect to be able to do, even at my advanced age. I feel pretty good about what's going on.
The Good Feet Store in Sacramento, Roseville, and Vacaville.
Golf to Go is brought to you by the Hagen Oaks Golf Super Shop. Here's Frank LaRosa.
Seems as though casual players are always trying to balance the desire to hit the golf ball farther with shooting lower scores. Whether you hit a 270-yard drive or miss a 12-inch putt, they both count a stroke on your scorecard. Some of us will never hit the ball 270 yards, and trying normally leaves us well short and well right of the target. Seems as though improving our putting might be an easier way to shoot better scores. Putting is about confidence. It's about feeling the greens, seeing the line, visualizing the ball going in the hole, and making a confident stroke. Harvey Penick says, never, repeat, never allow yourself to think about what's riding on the putt, whether it's a major championship or just a 50-cent wager. Hit the putt as you've hit 10,000 putts in the past. Concentrate on imitating your final practice stroke, not on what will happen if you either miss it or make it. A positive mind will cure a lot of ills. Think about it. Really, think about it. That's your Golf to Go. I'm Frank LaRosa.
At aimyourdigital.com, we'll help you target the right audience, build your leads, and crush your quota. Take your business to the next level. Our digital marketing strategies help grow awareness of your product or service, all while building trust in your business. Our approach involves leveraging multiple tools and strategies to deliver exceptional results that are customized to your unique business needs. Don't wait to run out of sales leads. Keep your business growing. Get started with aimyourdigital.com today.
Your afternoon home for Kings talk and so much more. The Drive Guys on Sacktown Sports.
Drapes and Jay here on Sacktown Sports 1140. It's the Drive Guys. Coming up at 5 o'clock is our guy Kirk Morrison, our football insider, ESPN broadcaster. You can see him on the Rams pre-half and post-game show. We'll talk about the latest with Brandon Aiyuk. That's coming up at 5 o'clock. The latest topic we were discussing is who is the captain for your Sacramento Kings? Somebody from the 916 is Fox all the way. Captain Clutch, swipe of the Fox to the moon. So you got people saying De'Aaron Fox is going to be the guy. Curtis Hicks says, based on all the things that were just discussed, it has to be either Fox, the elder statesman of this organization on the court, or future Hall of Famer DeMar DeRozan? So he's talking Fox, maybe Sabonis, or DeMar
Love
DeRozan.
for my boy Double M?
Nah, no love for Malik Monk. Is it hard to have a captain that comes off the bench, Jay?
Yeah, but I'm going to argue he should be starting.
All right. You might be right by that. You might be right.
Malik is the guy for the Kings, man. The blood, the oxygen and the blood flow. For me, when you see the way this team operates, they move, that sauce to them. A lot of people like to say the swagger. Malik, to me, exemplifies all that for the Kings. Like he plays well. He walks the walk. He talks the talk. He doesn't really run from conversations. The Kings, the organization will allow him to go out and talk as a veteran. Like, I think he embodies everything that the Kings do. And I'm not saying De'Aaron and DeMontis and anybody else doesn't. I just think if you put a name to the Kings, or excuse me, you put a face to the Kings, two people come up. De'Aaron's the star and Malik is the blood flow. He's the heart. Right. And so I would argue Malik has he's got a place to sit somewhere on that podium as well.
Yeah, he definitely has a case because you're right. He's the heartbeat, the blood and soul of the organization. And, as that, I could see a scenario in which, maybe he's part of that captain's committee that, I just mentioned last segment. Hey, I want to switch gears to the Olympics. Team USA, nice win over Serbia. They were down by 17 at one point, battled back to win 95-91. Before Team USA took the court, however, I was keeping an eye on the 200-meter race for the men. Noah Lyles, the overwhelming favorite, Jay. I don't know if you saw it or not, but he came up short. He finished third. He got the bronze medal. Then it was revealed that he's dealing with COVID. Yeah. He tested positive for COVID 2 days ago, but still wanted to run, still wanted to race. I have a problem with this on a couple of different levels. Here's why. One, are the COVID rules just different now? Is it just like let's say I got COVID. Can I come into work?
Yeah.
I can still come in?
Federally, yeah, absolutely you can.
But will the station allow that?
Yeah. Well, it becomes a private situation, but they normally operate off of state and federal regulations. Yeah.
I thought it was
mandatory
white. 5 days at home.
That's white now.
All right, maybe I'm caught in the past, 6 months, a year
living
ago,
in the past,
or
brother.
whatever. But two, and as I'm watching this, I'm like, this dude's going to lose. He done talked all that smack. He done, I'm the fastest man in the world.
Well, he is.
We're true world. Is it? But not at 200.
Okay. But
not at 200.
200 isn't the fastest man in the world.
I mean, he got it on the 100, but I don't know, Jay. He came out. Did you see it at all today?
I didn't. I was going to wait till tonight, but I mean.
Oh, sorry. I gave it away.
No. This is what we do. We talk sports. I can't run from the finality of what it is. So I haven't watched the race. I've seen I've read what has happened.
He came out, how they introduce everybody is. Dude just came running out like he was the show.
That's what he does.
I know, Jay, but if you do that, don't you got to back it up? Don't, if you're going to talk the game,
okay.
If you're going to be like, look at me, I'm the man, you can't finish it with a bronze, can you?
I get what you're saying.
Like, he backed it up with the 100.
Yep.
Give him credit. That was a tremendous race.
Yeah, it was.
But he's
sick. You got to give him a pass,
don't give me that now. You ain't say that before the race. Don't use that as an excuse.
Because if you come out and first of all, a couple things, Drapes. The Olympics the Summer Olympics happen every 4 years.
Every 4 years.
Who's to say Noah Lyles in 4 years is going to be at the best peak of his, athletic ability at this point? If I'm not mistaken, let me look this up. I believe Noah Lyles is like 26, 27. So it's not as if, I believe he's going to be close to 30, if not 30.
So he might not be. This might be his last.
This might be it. He's 27.
Ooh.
He turned 27 in July. So 4 years, he's going to be in his 30s.
Okay.
In track, that's pretty old. Now, it's not the oldest because we see people, compete, but that's pretty old. And so you got to do what you can right now. And that's the tough part about the Olympics is, we see that quite often in other sports is it's heartbreaking because it takes so long. It's not like next season you get an opportunity. It's, as they say, another 4 years. In 4 years, who knows what's going to, he could have children. He could be married. He could be doing anything. He could be hosting a show with us in 4 years. We don't know.
So, but I guess what I'm saying, Jay, and I agree with you. If he wants to race, fine.
So you want him to sit out?
No, I'm not saying that. I'm not saying that.
Wait,
the problem I have is that now, because he's lost, and I see you guys on the YouTube chat rushing to his defense, Drapes, he had COVID.
Wasn't feeling well.
That sounds like an excuse to me. If you out there,
Come on, Drapes.
Jay, if you out there, you out there.
With COVID?
Michael Jordan flu game.
That which was fake. We heard it was fake.
I'm just
Whispers are it was fake.
It sounds like an excuse.
That he was sick?
Yes.
Dang.
Leak that out beforehand. Lewis Johnson pre-race report. Yeah, Noah Lyles, world record holder in the 200, whatever he is, his favorite event. But I did hear that he has been feeling under the weather the last 2 days. Let's keep an eye and see how he runs during this race. And then when he finishes in bronze, all right, I get it.
I can respect that.
Yeah, I get it. You were sick.
That. Yeah.
But don't do it afterwards. Don't do it, he's laying down. He's asking for medical attention. I'm looking like
I didn't see all that.
Yeah.
He did the LeBron.
Yeah, he did the Paul Pierce, bring the wheelchair out and everything. And I'm like, what's wrong? Like, I didn't see it. He wasn't pulling up lane. And then all of a sudden, he was tested positive for COVID 2 days later. I think the way it was, and it could be a perfectly legitimate excuse, but at least set it up a little better. It looks kind of like sour grapes after the fact. If I was Noah Lyles, if I'm running, if I got a big game and I'm sick, I'm telling you.
What if
last few days been rough, man. I'm struggling,
But what happens, Drapes, and we know how COVID, everyone respects and everyone disrespects, however you see it. Everyone handles COVID differently.
True.
It is, at this point, a political topic almost, right?
Yeah.
And so what if he comes out and says, I'm sick, I'm ill, and we know how it goes. If you're sick and ill, the very first person, did you test for COVID? Did you test for COVID? That's the thing. That's the thing. Every other thing in the world now is pushed to the back except for, did you test COVID yet? So I say that to say, what if he says, I'm sick or I came out with COVID, and then other athletes are like, well, I don't want to race. I don't want to take part in this. Damn. I don't want him to be in the same room with me, because again, COVID is very political. Right. It's one of those topics.
Different thoughts on it, right? Yeah, I hadn't thought about it that way. If he would have announced that or came out with that, then people would be like, why are you racing? Or I'm not racing with you.
Right.
Or something like that.
I'll say this too, Drapes. I think, and I've seen a few people now they haven't said sickness or COVID or not feeling well, but some people have said, Noah's just not 100% in what's going on. Like his races, because he didn't win both of the heat and or the semifinal. He raced in 100, right? He didn't win the semifinal in the 200. So I think a lot of people were like, something's off. Something's off. Yeah.
Yeah. Uncle B here in the YouTube chat said he did mention a cold 2 to 3 days ago after a qualifying race. And if so, I didn't see that. Exactly. I missed that. But I was shocked. When I'm watching that race, because this is supposed to be his race, the 200, I'm like, oh, this dude got it. And then when he got the bronze, I'm like, how monumental of an upset is this? Then the word comes out, well, yeah, it's COVID. And it's like, it seemed like sour grapes a little bit.
So you're not giving them a pass. That's what it sounds. It sounds like Draper's not giving them a pass.
I wish I would have known. I wish I would have known beforehand. Like he's been dealing. But Uncle B said he mentioned a cold 2 to 3 days ago. But I'm watching Lewis Johnson today and they didn't mention it. Nothing. And so it was shocking.
Did he come out and say that? Or did the media or Lewis Johnson
right after the race, 5 minutes after the race, he had a special report. Yeah, I ran down, I talked to his mom, and his mom told me he had tested positive for COVID 2 days ago. And so it's like, I do feel bad for the kid, like you said. This is your one shot. This is your
Pretty
time
much.
to do it, and you get sick. It's but I thought that was interesting.
You ain't giving them no pass. It sounds like you ain't giving them a pass. That's cool.
I'm
because
giving
I
him the
get it.
side eye a little bit. You know what I mean? I'm looking at him with the side eye, like I don't know, bruh.
Man, it's COVID, bro.
But who knows? He might have won gold, but he might not have.
Yeah.
And so now it's like, when we look back at it, he lost because of COVID.
Yeah.
That's taken away from another American sprinter
Mm.
who finished second, and then the Botswana guy who finished first. It's like, yeah, you won, but Noah Lyles had COVID.
Drapes, let me ask you something, man, because this the one thing about the Olympics. I know people know about, sports fans, people who watch the Olympics. We know about this, but I don't think this is put in the forefront enough. When you're competing in the Olympics, you have to be good and or great those 1 or 2 times.
At that moment, yeah.
Right then and there.
Yep.
Nothing else, as they say, all the years and time and hour, blood, sweat, and tears you put in it, and it comes down to 3 races. And really it comes down to 1.
Right. Yeah.
Because if you're one of the people who's probably, competing for a medal, just the way it's cut is you're probably better than just about 80 to 90% of the people that's coming to this competition anyway.
Right.
And you might have 2, 3, 4 people who may be able to win it, but you gotta be pretty much 99.9% perfect these 2 times in your life to get the gold, to get the top medal. Man, that's immense pressure, bro.
Yeah.
Like, that is top-notch pressure.
You get that one shot at it.
More times than not.
Yeah.
Most people normally, you see like Maurice Green. He was the man.
Yeah, the man.
And then all of a sudden it's like, what happened?
Yeah.
You gone, Very rarely do you see the boats, the Usain Bolts, the Michael Johnsons, guys who run 2 and 3 Olympics who are at the top of their performance. That's tough, man.
That's tough. All right, shout out to Noah Lyles though. Like
man. You can't give Noah Lyles no shout out.
I know,
Drake.
because like somebody said on the chat, he said the fact that he was dealing with COVID and still finished with a bronze, that's pretty damn impressive.
And a gold in the
100. They're saying he might not be able to compete in the 4x100 though now because of this sickness. We'll see. All right, when we come back, Jay, much more on this topic. Plus, at the top of the hour, my D list, where I think the Kings rank in the Western Conference. I'm not listening to NBA.com, ESPN, The Ringer, none of that. It's the D list coming up at the top of the hour. It's the Drive Guys on Sacktown Sports 1140.
The light is fading, your hands are sore, and the last tool has been put away. Now is the time to feel the satisfaction that comes with a job well done. But when you get your tools from Harbor Freight, something about the job feels a little different. Your wallet. Because we believe that everyone deserves hardworking tools at hardworking prices. And that's what we have here. So, whatever you do, do it for less at Harbor Freight.
This is your captain. We are going to be experiencing some slight turbulence. Please fasten your... Oh, hold on. Just got a video of my cat.
Imagine the pilot of an airplane was as confident as you are texting and driving. Seems kind of crazy when you put it like that.
Visit StopTextStopWrecks.org. A message brought to you by the National Highway Traffic Safety Administration, Project Yellow Light, and the Ad Council.
This is the story of the one. As a maintenance engineer, he hears things differently. To the untrained ear, everything on his shop floor might sound fine, but he can hear gears grinding or a belt slipping. So he steps in to fix the problem at hand before it gets out of hand. And he knows Grainger's got the right product he needs to get the job done, which is music to his ears. Call, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
What's wrong? My travel rewards card didn't earn enough miles for my vacation.
Are you crying? Are you crying because of that other credit card?
Uh-huh.
Well, switch to the Capital One Venture card. Venture lets you redeem miles on any travel purchase.
Really?
Yep, and you earn unlimited double miles on every purchase every single day. The Capital One Venture card. What's in your wallet?
Terms apply. See CapitalOne.com for details.
Whitey here, reminding you that not all gas grills are created equal. Bring out all the delicious flavors in your grilled meats with the amazing Napoleon Prestige and Prestige Pro line of outdoor cookers. My Napoleon Stainless Steel Pro Series gas grill has turned me into a grilling pro with features other grills cannot match. They're built different, built better, built to last. Made with premium stainless steel that boasts quality and a lifetime warranty. I may never want to cook indoors again. Napoleon grills and accessories are now available at your nearby Amy's, Ace Hardware in Sacramento, and now El Dorado.
Sacramento Dodge Chrysler Jeep Ram. They believe it's all about people and choices. Their goal is to find the car that fits your lifestyle. With their huge inventory of models, they've got the right car and, more importantly, at the right price every time. Experience for yourself why their customers drive away smiling. Discover the difference, because it's not just about the car, it's also about the people. Experience the Sacramento Dodge Jeep and Chrysler difference off Business 80 next to Hagen Oaks, or you can find them online, sacsuperstore.com.
Six, talking about Noah Lyles, who had COVID, finished with the bronze medal today in the 200-meter run. So if you had to pull a hamstring, that would have been an excuse too, right, man? And that's the thing. It's like, if you tell me beforehand, then it's not an excuse. It's like, all right, I get it. I understand. You playing hurt right now. But after you lose, oh, dog, I had this bunion on my toe. And I couldn't, it doesn't.
COVID drapes. It wasn't like he didn't have the bunion, man.
Yeah, I'm just saying, and we know COVID affects people differently.
Yes, sir.
We know that. We know that for sure. And so Curtis Hicks says, Drapes, I'm with you. You got to back up all the talk. However, if he had COVID and was still able to come up with the bronze, that's commendable.
Yeah,
that's what he said.
Drape said, "I mean, you don't have to answer this. I'll speak for myself. Yeah. I had COVID. I've had COVID once, and it took like just last year was my first time having it. Right.
Okay.
And me personally, I rarely get sick. Mm-hmm. I wasn't affected by it as a lot of other people have been, and unfortunately, COVID has changed people's lives forever because we have a lot of people who have. My grandfather passed of COVID.
Oh, damn.
And so that's what I said. It's a political thing to have a conversation, but I say this. It definitely affects everyone differently. Some people don't even know they have it.
Right.
Some people, it shakes the core, right? I'm going to give them a pass. I'm going to give them a pass.
You're going to give Noah a pass.
I'm going to give them but I do understand what you're saying. Like, put that out there. Just say, listen, not up to 100%.
Right.
I'm struggling. I'm a little sick. But then on the devil's advocate side of it, Drapes, I'm going to be honest. If you put that out there, most people are going to say, okay, well, what do you have? Are you battling the flu? What's going on? And once you say COVID, people might start to look at it, and you don't want competitions to fall apart, because guess what would happen? Let's just say, what if 2-3 people from other countries who could say, well, I'm not competing. I'm not running with I don't even want to be in the same room with that guy. I don't feel comfortable. Out of respect, you have to respect that, right? I mean, so it's tough. And I'm pretty sure he's going to catch a little flack from some people after too.
Right.
By saying, well, why didn't you tell people?
Why didn't you? Yeah.
You put people in harm's way, from a lot of, I guess, a lot of perspective.
Yeah. I guess I might have slipped word to Lewis Johnson before the race. Something like that, as I'm walking.
You're the
sources
tell me.
Right. Hey, walking in, Lewis like, no, what's up, man? How you feeling? Oh, dog, I'm all right. I just been battling something these last few days. Just going to give it my all today. Just haven't been up to 100%. Lewis Johnson goes on pre-race report.
Say that.
Yeah, I just talked to Noah Lyles. He's a little under the weather, but he's going, and then bam.
I can see that.
You
That's
see
a good
what I'm
point.
saying?
Yeah, that's a good point.
That's all I'm talking about. That's it, man. And maybe because here's the problem.
Man, you in the media too much.
No, I am. But also, too, Jay, I know Noah Lyles is, everybody love him.
Yeah.
But, I'm an NBA guy, too. Remember, he said about the NBA champs.
Yeah.
You can't be called a world champ if you ain't played against the rest of the world. And that kind of rubbed me the wrong way. And so, I'm not saying I'm a hater.
Yeah.
But I don't know if I was rooting for him. I might have been rooting for the other American.
What?
No,
Really?
There's more than one runner. Why I got to root for him versus Bednarik or whoever the other runner was.
Bednarik.
Yeah.
Are you saying right now that you was not rooting for Noah Lyles in 100? In 100, who were you rooting for? Fred Curley?
Yeah.
Oh,
yeah.
You're hating, man. That's like an art form. What? That's breaking news.
Nah, man.
You wasn't rocking with Noah?
I know, man. I know. I'm outing myself here. And I
Wait a minute. 916-339-1140.
Come on, man.
You wasn't hunting down Noah, man. You really were rocking with someone else? And I get it. Fred Curley's a beast too.
No, Fred. Yeah, you gotta give respect to Fred.
He was right there with all of them.
Yeah, you gotta give respect to, because, dude, he came at my guys.
Nah.
He if you win the NBA championship, you're the world champs. Why? And why does him, of all people, an American, got to say? Now, somebody from Serbia said that. Somebody from Argentina said that. Okay, but why does Noah Lyles have to bring that up? So when he was running, if he came in second, I would, okay, that's fine. And so today,
the truth is out now.
The truth is all. I'm all about the truth. You know that, Jay. I ain't ducking no smoke. I just tell it like it was. I'm not going to jump on Noah Lyles bandwagon like everybody else.
I got you.
The hype train. The way they hyped this guy up watching the intro today, and he came. The cameras.
He's the fastest man in the world, Drake, with COVID. Now we know he won the 100 with COVID.
Here's the thing, Jay, and you know this. He got about another 15 minutes of fame. The Olympics about to be over this weekend.
Right.
We ain't going to hear from him again until 28 in L.A.
Nah,
or something
man,
like that.
Noah Lyles is the type of cat, Drapes. He's got the personality, and he's into a lot of different topics that young people are in, not so much as me and you. And of course we had children, like Noah's into the anime, he's into stuff like that. And so a lot of people can kind of, rock with Noah. I think that's why he's more popular than most track athletes, is because he's one thing he doesn't do. He doesn't bite his tongue, right? He's going to always talk about something. He's excitable. He's got a lot of passion, a lot of, just enjoyment in certain things when it comes to life. I think Noah is actually going to be one of those people who catches on, and we'll see him do some other stuff.
And everything like that.
Yeah, I think he's going to be one of them.
Podcast or a show or something like that.
Yeah, I think he's going to be one of them athletes that kind of suspends this into something else.
All right.
All right.
Getting to the bottom of these things here, huh?
Oh, you ain't feeling Noah, man? Dang, that's cold.
I don't know.
But man. I get what you're saying.
Yeah. Hope he feels better.
He's confident.
He's confident.
He's very confident.
He's very, and sometimes that rubs me the wrong way, and so it's
you're confident.
Nah, but mine is in a joking way.
Okay.
I don't really believe half the stuff I'm saying. When I call myself the LeBron James of the station, I only believe about 60% of that. You know what I mean? I'm not full on board. It's jokingly, it's, trolling a little bit. And so there's a difference there. So, I'm still humble and everything like that. So
the truth has come out.
The truth is out. Coming up next, I'm going to give you the D list. The list of teams in the Western Conference from 1 to 15 and where I think our Sacramento Kings are. Get on the lines right now because I'm asking your opinion as well. 916-339-1140. It's the Drive Guys with Drapes and Jay, Sacktown Sports, 1140.
I didn't ask to be thrown in the streets with nowhere to go. I didn't think I'd survive. But I did ask for help, and Covenant House was there for me.
1 in 10 young adults will experience a form of homelessness this year. For these kids who didn't ask to be put in this unthinkable situation, Covenant House is there.
Covenant House helped me break the cycle of homelessness in my family. They gave me the love that I needed.
Over 2,000 young people will sleep safely in a Covenant House bed tonight. When youth who are experiencing homelessness have a hot meal, a safe place to sleep, medical care, and love, they can overcome heartbreaking challenges and have a brighter future.
They just really genuinely just wanted to help me succeed, and I'm succeeding. I'm a speaker, I'm an author. Covenant House really helped me and really helped mold me into the woman I am today.
If you or someone you love is asking for help, go to safeplacetosleep.org today.
The Gold Rush Classic is a celebrity pro-am golf tournament, a celebrity skins challenge, a $1 million hole-in-one contest, a celebrity draft party, an awards party, an incredible farm-to-fork dinner, and a fabulous concert under the stars. The Gold Rush Classic raises money for Make-A-Wish, Jordan's Guardian Angels, First Tee of Sacramento, and other worthwhile children's charities. It's happening August 22nd and 23rd at Rancho Murrieta. Imagine playing golf with an All-Pro or Hall of Famer like Brown, Fernandez, Ostertag, Theus, Jackson, Polynice, Sharp, and our own Greg Vaughn. The Gold Rush Classic offers this exciting opportunity, along with a chance to win the Rancho Murrieta Homes and Land $1 million Swing for Charity Hole-in-One contest. Rancho Murrieta Homes and Land is a full-service award-winning realtor and a proud sponsor of the Gold Rush Classic. For sponsorship information, visit goldrushclassic.org. That's goldrushclassic.org.
Labor Day savings now at Maida Chevy with $12,000 off MSRP on every new Silverado half-ton Turbo Max in stock after rebates.
$12,000 off every Silverado LT Turbo Max at Maida Chevy with at least 5 at this price.
Labor Day savings up to $12,000 off MSRP exclusively at Maida Chevy at MaidaChevy.com. Sacramento Silverado headquarters. Together, let's drive.
Not available with special financing and leasing. Some other offers must trade in 2010 model year or newer. Ends 9/3/24.
Made a great deal at Maida.
If you've been on the American River, it's uphill, it's downhill. There's trails everywhere that you can walk, and it just makes you happy. And I couldn't walk, and it was terrible. I was turning into a real crab. I went to the Good Feet store, and I tried on the arch supports. I could not believe that I was not in pain. I can walk, I can run, I can jump, I can do anything. My name's Terry, and that's my Good Feet story.
The Good Feet store in Sacramento, Roseville, and Vacaville.
Sacramento, Dirks Bentley's coming to town. Saturday, September 28th at Hart Health Park at Cal Expo for Country in the Park 2. And he's bringing some friends. Parmalee, Tyler Rich, Dasha, Kelsey Hart, and more. Saturday, September 28th at Hart Health Park at Cal Expo. Get your tickets today before they're sold out at CITPFest.com.
Brought to you by RVs of Sacramento and Hoblet Chrysler Dodge Jeep and Ram Center.
KHTKAM Sacramento, KYMX HD2 Sacramento. From the Power Business Technology Toshiba Studios, your new home for 49ers football in the 916.
Sacktown Sports.
The only station in Sacramento giving you local sports coverage from 6 a.m. to 6 p.m. Monday through Friday. Sacktown Sports.
Hour number 3 of the Drive Guys here. Drapes and Jay here with you till 6 o'clock. Our boy Kevin Gleason, Whitey Gleason, in Hawaii now on vacation, probably laying on the beach, chilling with family. He'll be back on Monday. People weighing in on a Noah Lyles discussion, 916. I totally agree with Drapes. Noah's too arrogant. He won the 100 by a photo finish. It's not like he blew the other guys around. God has a way to humble people. Noah's too full of himself. I'm just repeating what they said, Jay. I see you over there.
Yeah, because I'm like, where's the humbleness at? Because he gave him COVID, or what? I mean, the dude he's the fastest man in the world. How is he humble?
You're right.
And he was like a 9.7 something, 9.779, something crazy.
Yeah.
That's super quick, man. If it wasn't for Usain Bolt, just
rewriting
9.5, I don't even know how you run a 9.5, but dude's one of the fastest to ever touch a track. Even if he walks off and he didn't hit the, he didn't get his double. But I mean, how many people will walk around here and be like, I got a bronze medal?
Shoot, I'll be up in the club with
Let me tell
joint.
you.
Like, look at this.
Come on, man. Dre,
I mean,
you let me
in there
get
like
any
what?
medal. I'm J.R. Smith.
Right?
Shirt off for the summer, the rest of the year.
Right?
I'm on a tour. I'm on Good Morning America. I'm telling my PR folks, put me on every podcast show.
All the morning
Come
shows,
on.
everything. I'm walking up to the club, bouncer like, where your ID? I'm just holding it up, right? Okay, I'm sorry, sir. Let you right in. Yeah, I'm with you on that. Give me a bronze, please, man. I would take that thing everywhere, no doubt about it. All right, let's get back to the NBA. Shout out to Team USA getting that win over Serbia today, 95-91. Jay, I was looking at FanDuel's NBA win totals for the upcoming season and seeing where our Sacramento Kings rank. I'll just run down the list just to the Western Conference right now. Oklahoma City Thunder, 56.5. I was wondering if you were going to have my music. I was wondering if you were going to have my music. All right, big fella. I appreciate that. Oklahoma City, number one at 56.5. Minnesota, 52.5. You got Denver at 51.5. That's the over-under for wins. Dallas, the fourth choice at 50.5. Then the fifth choice, the Memphis Grizzlies, tied with the Phoenix Suns at 47.5. So Memphis, the fifth choice, Phoenix, the fifth choice, tied. So the Sacramento Kings coming in next at 46.5. New Orleans, 45.5. Lakers, 43.5, tied with the Warriors. Houston is at 43.5 as well. Clippers, Spurs, as we round out the 15, Utah Jazz and Portland Trailblazers. So that's FanDuel's list. Great site. I don't know about them. I'm not a sports gambler or anything like that, but I'm sure they do a lot of research. Yeah, I'm sure they put a lot of effort into coming into that, with that. But here's the problem with where they got the Sacramento Kings. As we get to the D list, my top teams in the Western Conference. And this is not about over and under or anything like that, just where I predict they will finish. Oklahoma City, number one. I'm okay with that. I have no problem with that. Minnesota, too. I'm cool with that.
Okay.
Edwards, Towns, they're going to be great. Denver got Jokic and the corpse of Jamal Murray, because Jamal Murray ain't the same guy right now. Jamal Murray is fading fast. I probably would not have Denver 3. I'd probably have Dallas at 3, begrudgingly though. I'm not 100% sold on Dallas either. I honestly think when you look at the Western Conference, I got the Sacramento Kings slated anywhere from 3 to 5 or 6, Jay. I could see the Kings winning 52 games this season. I could see them finishing third in the Western Conference. They added DeMar DeRozan, Jay. This is a 24-point-per-game scorer. Yeah. And when you look at the Western Conference, Minnesota had a nice little offseason getting Dillingham. That's a solid pickup, but he's a rookie. OKC, Hartenstein, and your boy Caruso. That's nothing wrong with that. That's solid. But outside of that, the Kings had the next best offseason. They arguably had the second best offseason out of anybody in the Western Conference. So I got them 3rd to 5th or 6th. Here's why. Denver lost KCP. You talk about heart and soul of a team doing the dirty work. KCP is that dude. There's a reason why he won a chip in L.A., goes to Denver, win another championship. Now he goes to Orlando, keep an eye on them. And then when you look at Dallas, part of me feels like Dallas just got hot at the right time.
Really?
Like,
The moves that were made, PJ.
Yeah, PJ Gafford, solid moves. Yeah. But they made some tremendous player moves this offseason, Jay. Najee Marshall, that's my guy. Who else? But they also got somebody else that's going to cut into the time of Najee Marshall. Klay Thompson. I forgot. I forgot about Klay Thompson. And so when I look at the Dallas Mavericks, I feel like they got hot at the right time. And even though they added some quality talent, I don't think it's enough food to go around for all that talent. Meaning, Klay, is he going to get his shots? Is Najee Marshall? If they wouldn't have got Klay and just stuck with Najee, I would have been like, damn, that's solid. That's a real good look.
Picking up on the fringes.
Right. But now Najee Marshall becomes your ninth man. That's not, it's too many cooks in the kitchen, for Dallas. And so I got them actually taking a step back. Denver, I mentioned. How is Memphis getting the benefit of the doubt?
I think it's the Ja Morant effect. It's what we saw 2 years ago versus what we saw last year. And for what? Ja played 9, 10, 11 games?
11 games?
11 games, something like that. Yeah. And they were like 9-1. They were something crazy. But you expect Ja to return back to some form of who he is, right? And probably closer than that because he's super young.
Right.
And so I think people are expecting Ja to return back to where he was. They finished second 2 years ago.
Yeah.
Yep. So I could see that 3-6. To me, the Dallas, and this is your list, but the Dallas, Denver, Sacramento, Memphis, I could see that 3-6.
How about Phoenix?
I don't know what's going on with Phoenix.
Thing. Yeah, Phoenix is.
I can't put my thumb on them.
It's an interesting. They got Tyus Jones, so they got a point guard.
Yeah,
but Durant's about to be what, 38, 39, something like that. He's up there long in the tooth. Bradley Beal's always hurt. Like, I can't bank on the Phoenix Suns just because of that reason alone.
Yeah, I'm with you.
And so I still got the Kings ahead of them. So by my tally, I got the Kings, like I said, anywhere from 3, 4, or 5. The teams behind them, I think Phoenix will be behind them. I think Memphis will be behind them. I think New Orleans will be behind them.
Really?
Yes.
Really?
Yes. And I like
You're not sold on the Pelicans right now, even though they came through here and Gregory Hines, the Kings.
What you mean by that?
Tapped them.
I knew that. I just wanted you to explain to the people listening.
My thing with that, like, why do you think the Pelicans and what the Pelicans finished 7th, 8th? 7th, right?
7th.
So they got to take the next step too, don't they?
Well, here's the thing. Yeah, I hear you.
And they got DeJounte.
And they got our boy DeJounte Murray, who I like, but they lost Valanciunas at the center spot.
Yep.
Health is always an issue with them. They were pretty
Especially
healthy.
Zion.
Yeah, most of the season till late when Zion got hurt late. I don't know. Maybe it's because I'm biased and I'm like wishing they were worse than us after they kicked our butt 6 times last year. I just don't buy them. They added DeJounte Murray, but they lost Valanciunas.
Yeah.
That's a nice little, but we added DeMar DeRozan.
Yeah.
Like that's, we got to get more credit for that. So I think we're ahead of the Pelicans. Lakers, of course. Golden State, they had an awful offseason. The Golden State Warriors, just like the Lakers, they swung for everybody and struck out every time.
Yeah, sombrero.
Yeah, exactly. I like that. They got the Houston Rockets tied. San Antonio's in the mix as well. I think they'll be better. You're not buying that? HB and Chris Paul?
I don't believe in them yet.
Really?
Gotta see it together.
You're a Wemby hater. That's what I'm hearing.
I might be. I'm starting to become. I might be. One thing I ain't gonna do is turn away from it. I need to see, and I think it's because of the expectations of Wemby. And I know it's only been 1 year. Dude barely could drink, right? He's 21.
Yeah.
I get it. 24, 25, we'll have this conversation. I think he's going to be great. I'm not sure he's going to be the all-world that everybody's expecting with it. But Chris Paul, you talk about injuries. Chris Paul is injured. Vassell, it's like I'm still waiting for their good talent to become great talent. And I'm not sure, they're going to reach that peak. And the other thing, too, for me is this. No disrespect to Popovich. I'm not sure he wants to do this the way he did it 20 years ago, 10 years ago. Like, I think he wants to coach, but something just rubs me the way to where Pop is like, yeah, I'm a coach. I'm part of it. I love basketball.
Yeah.
But I mean, dude's about a whole other lot of stuff too. And then unfortunately, because his wife, you know, I just think he has some other interests in life.
Okay.
And he's been to the mountaintop. And I'm not saying he doesn't want to continue
have that
to
hunger
teach
as much.
Yeah, there you go. Thank you. That's what I'm looking for.
Right.
That's
what
I'm looking
right
for.
about that. All right. So what do you think about the D list? I got the Kings anywhere from 3, 4, 5, and at worst 6 in the Western Conference. Where do you have the Sacramento Kings? Which teams scare you in the Western Conference? We're going to take your calls coming up next. 916-339-1140. Drapes and Jay on the Drive Guys.
Jerry and Kenny here. When you call Bell Brothers for an AC tune-up, repair, or replacement, let me tell you what you can expect. Clean.
Our technicians will show up in a company truck that's clean inside and out. They'll be wearing a clean uniform and ring your doorbell with clean hands.
The technician will be clean-cut, background checked, drug tested, and trustworthy to enter your home. They'll put on clean shoe covers and put down drop cloths in all work areas. That's right, to make sure your home stays clean.
And when the work is complete, they'll tidy up and leave the work area cleaner than they found it.
Call us neat freaks. Call us spick and span. Call us tidy, pristine, and immaculate.
But whatever you do, call Bell Brothers for an AC tune-up and repairs, because with us, you can count on it being clean. Call us at 916-444-1234 or find us online at thenosurpriseguys.com.
The No Surprise Guys, Bell Brothers.
Hey, it's Carmichael Dave inviting you to make the switch to electric this spring and save big with American Energy. Stay ahead of those spiking energy bills this summer with up to $9,000 in rebates on a new ultra-high efficiency comfort system. American Energy is providing huge rebates from SMUD as well as spring specials by installing one of many incredibly efficient AC options available to you right now. Get rid of those fluctuating gas bills in the winter and switch to year-round all-electric with American Energy. Let them perform a free in-home energy efficiency analysis and see where they can help you save for the warmer months ahead. These guys are the best. Been serving the greater Sacramento area since 1981. A+ from the Better Business Bureau. Learn more by calling 916-520-9990. That's 916-520-9990.
Call 916-520-9990 now.
Beam Team, your flagship station for the Beam Team, Sacktown Sports.
Drapes and Jay here on the Drive Guys, Sacktown Sports 1140. Just got word. Noah Lyles has announced that he will not be competing for the remainder of the Paris Olympics. His Olympics are done. Won the bronze today in the 200 meters. Found out afterwards that he had tested positive for COVID 2 days earlier. So his story at the Olympics for now comes to an end.
Yeah.
Which is kind of, I feel bad for him a little bit, Jay. Here's why. Because to your point, he is one of the stars here at the Olympics. And he could have been on the 4x100 team, the fastest team in all the sports. And so we're now being robbed of seeing him, one of the most marketable known Olympic stars in our country. So I feel bad for him. He put out a message, want to thank everyone for your supportive messages. It's not the Olympics he had dreamed of, but it's left him with so much joy in his heart. Whether you were rooting for me or against me, you have to admit you watched.
Draper.
No, he's right. I was a hater, but he had me watching, though. You know what I mean? I took the shower today.
You win for Hater of the Year.
Yeah, the card-carrying member of the Hater of the Year club. But I watched, man. But I do wish him the best. It sucks to go out like that. You know, when you're not healthy, you're not 100%. He got the bronze today, but it looks like his Olympics are over. That's Noah Lyles. All right, we were just talking about the D list. Where should the Sacramento Kings be ranked in the Western Conference? I had them anywhere from 3rd to 5th, 6th. I think, adding DeMar DeRozan, Denver Nuggets losing KCP, Dallas, they got too many chefs in the kitchen right now. So I think the Kings can really make the leap. Michael Morgan says DeJounte Murray upgraded the Pelicans. I don't think we're ahead of them. He's an all-star point guard. He's a great point guard. I ain't got no problems with that. He's great. That's our guy. I just feel like the Pelicans, for the most part, last year overachieved. They were healthier than they had been in recent years. And as Cooper Veazey says, I still think B.I. will be moved. What's the deal with his contract situation going into the season? That could be a distraction. And so I'm not sold on the Pelicans like everybody else is. Hit us up. I want to know what you think. 916-339-1140. Let's get to our guy, Ramsey, on line one. Ramsey, you're on with Drapes and Jay. What's happening, man?
Not much. I was mainly calling about the previous topic you were talking about with Noah Lyles and the track.
Yeah, what you got?
My dad was there.
What did he say
He was at the track. Well, I mean, I haven't talked to him because of the 9 hour time difference. Yeah. But he texted me. He was texting me, letting me know. He honestly said he was sitting about 5 rows behind where Noah Lyles' mother and girlfriend were sitting at. That's where his seats were, and he saw like all the women's heptathlon coaches and everything. But like I said, he was in the building for all the track events tonight: the 200, the 400, the 400-meter hurdles, the 110 hurdles, and the long jump final for the women.
I will say, Ramsey, and I don't know if you've been watching on TV, and you too, Jay, the buzz in that stadium, like, it's legit, man.
Yeah,
and it's not just a running event.
Yeah.
I'm looking at pole vault they going crazy for. Like, it's a buzz out there in Paris right now.
70,000 people in that stadium, and it's like the gymnastics gym had been, which is now the basketball gym.
Mm-hmm.
All the stars showed up. Everybody was there today. I mean, I saw, and they showed Simone Biles, Mick Jagger. I can't remember who else. They showed a few other people. Yeah, the stars have been showing out, and this Olympics, in terms of people being able to be back at it and watch it live, has been incredible.
Yeah, it's been a lot of star power. Appreciate that, Ramsey, man. Hope you well today. Always appreciate the call. He's right, man. The stars have been out these Olympics. I mean, everybody, even regular people I follow on social media. They're like, yeah, we in Paris too right now. It's crazy. I'm like, dang, like this is the spot to be right now.
Yeah, it is. And it almost, the one thing for me too, is it gets me excited for 28, man. Because it's in our backyard.
LA.
It's in La La Land, and that's when you pull out all the stops. Like the Olympics are one of these things, Drapes, that you might be with me. You call in favors.
Aha.
Like I gotta call in 1, 2, 3 favors. Like, I have to be there. I need to be at this event. I need to be at that event. You have to call in favors. One thing that Paris has done, and Ramsey touched on it, is they've brought the excitement. Like they really kind of brought the excitement for these games. The one thing I continue to talk about, and it hasn't rained in the last couple of days, but dude, I was tired of seeing the rain for a few days over there.
Right, yeah, you were
like,
telling me about
that. How the hell
that.
did August and July and it's raining, man? Like, come on. But I really like Snoop has been everywhere.
Yeah.
We've heard he's got a super bag to get over there. But you see the Bradys. We saw Carmelo and Cayenne today sitting courtside. Spike Lee been in the building. It's been so many. Lady Gaga. It's, as Ramsey said, Mick Jagger. There's so many people who are showing up for these Summer Olympics. It looked like a party.
Right.
It really looks like a party in Paris.
Right.
And we should have took off.
We should have, man. We broadcast from over there.
Come on now.
You know what I mean? What do you make of the report that Snoop is getting 500 bands a day just to be over there?
Man.
Come on now.
A day?
A day. That's his day rate. 500,000 for Snoop Dogg out there in Paris.
Sickening. $500K a day plus perks and bonuses is what I've been told. I heard he doesn't have to touch a wheel when it comes to driving. I've seen a few things on the rider, and that's a whole nother story. It's basically a list of needs that you need to come out and perform. I've seen a bunch of aspects that Snoop is catching. I mean, he's like Stephen A. though. They running him ragged.
They are,
like he at the pool.
Right.
He's skinny dipping in the pool. Then he on the track running the 800. Then he at nighttime with Maria Taylor. He up early morning at the volleyball.
He everywhere.
Everywhere.
Let me ask you this, Jay, though, because I love Snoop. Snoop's
Snoop.
awesome.
Man, come on now.
But is anybody worth that for that role? Like, meaning, and I guess because we're talking about it, it's part of what they want to get out of the deal. But I'd be watching no matter what if Snoop was there or not. There, yeah. You know, it's like, and I'm not hating on him to get his bag. You know what I mean? But damn, 500. Give me 20,000. You know, 20 a day. 20 a day. I'm hanging out there, right? And your ratings would be the same, probably. You know, it's just damn.
Snoop probably pulls in a demographic that NBC probably doesn't believe they get. Like NBC holds themselves to a certain standard, and without going into it, they don't. And it's funny, they just got the NBA, but they don't really dive into other sports that much. This is NBC, who has Notre Dame. They carry the Olympics. They have a few golf contest tournaments. I don't think they got NASCAR no more. I know Fox has it.
Fox, right?
Yeah, I can't remember if they have too much of NASCAR. Maybe a Daytona or something. Maybe, I'm not sure. But what else do they have? Like the Olympics is what they do.
That's their
right.
Big
They
thing.
go all out when it comes to sports.
Yeah.
Of course they got the football once a week, but I say that to say I think Snoop opens a different demographic for him. The younger demographic who might be not something like. Are your children watching the Olympics?
No, not at all.
Yeah, like my daughter, it is what it is. I'm on the couch. She might take a few looks at it and then move on. Snoop, if nothing else, socially is going to get them looks, clicks, So I could see why they're utilizing Snoop. Snoop is like the godfather of hip hop right now. Like he's everywhere.
Could this also be, when you add Snoop in, a first step towards attracting that demographic you're talking about, that you want to attract for the NBA season too?
Ooh,
I'm saying next year you're the home of the NBA.
Good point.
You're trying to be a little more hipper, a little more street with it, a little more urban or something like
Which
that.
Which is what the NBA is.
Right, right.
That's a good point.
Their first step towards that as well, maybe.
The very first thing I thought about is Snoop first of all, is someone that's recognizable on all levels. And then I thought about his LA ties. He's from Long Beach, LA. I don't say same thing, because when folks down there will tell you apart when you say same thing. It ain't the same thing. But I thought maybe they were kind of introducing him now to get him ready for the LA. But I hadn't thought about the NBA side of it. You might be spot on. You might be spot on with that.
Yeah, somebody said from the 916, Snoop is capital winning in Paris. Yes, he is, man. That dude, man. All right, we got much more coming up here on The Drive, guys. Sacktown Sports 1140. Back to the D list. I see some of your comments out there. I'll read those off. Plus, the phone lines are open, 916-339-1140. Where do you think the Kings should be ranked in the Western Conference? More of The Drive, guys, after this.
Oh no, stomach issues again?
Stomach issues? Who are you? Your pancreas. I could be the real reason for your diarrhea, gas, bloating, stomach pain, or loose oily stools.
I thought it was my stomach.
People often do, but any of these symptoms could mean having a condition called exocrine pancreatic insufficiency, or EPI. With EPI, the pancreas doesn't release enough enzymes to break down food, but EPI is manageable. Use the symptom checker on identifyepi.com and speak with your doctor. That's identifyepi.com. Sponsored by AbbVie.
The light is fading, your hands are sore, and the last tool has been put away. Now's the time to feel the satisfaction that comes with a job well done. But when you get your tools from Harbor Freight, something about the job feels a little different. Your wallet. Because we believe that everyone deserves hardworking tools at hardworking prices. And that's what we have here. So, whatever you do it for less at Harbor Freight.
Power comes in many forms. The beloved power nap, the enviable power couple, the celebrated power hitter. But around here, Kohl's Cash is power. And if you earned it recently, it's time for your power trip to Kohl's. Will you redeem your Kohl's Cash on those Adidas sneakers you've been eyeing? Will you flex at the block party with that new ice cream maker? Will you replace your kids' favorite shorts because they outgrew them again? However you redeem your Kohl's Cash before it expires, more power to you. Not valid on Sephora at Kohl's. Additional exclusions may apply.
The best things in life, they come in twos. 2 scoops of ice cream, 2 tacos. And now for a limited time, get our best deal of the year. Buy any phone when you switch to consumer Consumer Cellular and get 2 months of service free. That's right, the same fast, reliable nationwide coverage as Big Wireless, now with 2 months free. Proof the best things in life really do come in twos. Visit consumercellular.com or call 1-888-FREEDOM. Second and third month of monthly base service fee waived for new customers with the purchase of a phone and activation by September 2nd, 2024. Taxes, fees, and third-party charges will apply. See website for additional details.
Carmichael Dave here for Capital Casino. Sacramento summertime heat is back. And of course, Cap Casino, Sacramento's #1 poker room, wants to invite everyone to soak up some air conditioning, still with the most variety of table games in the region. And as always, the best food, best service, and the best action, conveniently located in downtown Sacramento. Capital Casino, of course, reminding everyone to please make sure you gamble responsibly. 1-800-GAMBLER.
Your afternoon home for Kings talk and so much more. The Drive Guys on Sacktown Sports.
Coming up at the top of the hour, our guy Kirk Morrison will join us to talk some San Francisco 49ers, talk the NFC West, the NFC as a whole, and the latest on the Brandon Aiyuk situation. Talking about where the Kings are in the Western Conference. I just had the D list. I had them anywhere from 3rd to 5th. I think a lot of teams ahead of them, when you look at Memphis, Phoenix, are just being overhyped right now. But on this program, it's not just Drape's word. Drape's word isn't gospel. I'll listen to other opinions. I'll hear what other people have to say. 916-339-1140. Case in point, somebody from the 925 says, in no order, top 8 in the West: Minnesota, Phoenix, Dallas, OKC, Memphis, Denver, New Orleans, Lakers, Sac. He says, sorry, but Sac is looking at 45 to 48 wins.
And what fan do I have him at? 46.5?
46.5. He says, he goes on to say, y'all are hyped on 36-year-old DeMar DeRozan, who has never won anything and is just a scorer and always has been. I'm going to let Kings fans, I'm going to sick them on them. 916-339. This dude sounds like a hater right here.
Well, he's 925, so we're looking at the Bay Area.
That's Bay.
Yeah, so
right.
he or she is probably a Warriors fan.
Yeah, probably. He says, Carter is another small guard. Sorry, but Sac looking at 45 to 40. Here's the thing, Jay, and this is the problem with what the 925 person had to say. They won 46 last year. And we added DeMar DeRozan. The Kings won 46 games, and Malik Monk missed the last 3 weeks of the season. Kevin Huerter missed the last month of the season. We added DeMar DeRozan. It just doesn't make sense. And I could argue the West was going to tougher last year than it's going to be this year, because Denver's not going to be as good, because Golden State's falling off. The Lakers are struggling. And so whoever wrote this in, and of course they didn't put their name on it, because I'd like to use their name, they're dead wrong. They won 46 games last year, and we all think they underachieved.
Yeah, for sure.
They should have been a 50-win, close to 50-win team. Now you add DeMar DeRozan. To me, if I'm looking at it, the Vegas numbers, I got them at like 48.5 or something like that.
Yeah.
And so 46.5 is kind of disrespectful to me. Our boy Curtis Hicks on the YouTube chat. JJ and Drapes. The Kings will win 57 games this season.
57?
He got him in the finals, man.
Oh, man. Come on.
He said Dallas is a play-in team. Wow. Minnesota top 4, Denver and New Orleans 5 and 6. I will put the Suns in over those teams. Golden State won't make the play-in.
I could see that.
I agree.
Yeah,
I think the Warriors,
they need a big move, Drapes. They need something to happen, and in May, I think there's going to be a few names, and I text you this a little earlier.
Yeah.
Something's going to shake, this season, and it normally does, but this past season, nothing really shook.
Right.
There weren't too many big names that were moved.
Big moves.
Big moves, a lot of fringe moves. And hence, that's why I think Dallas, with the moves they made, went on a run because they were one of the only few teams who added a little firepower to the roster with PJ and Gafford.
Yeah.
I think this year is going to be different, though. I think we're going to see 3, 4, 5 big name guys, all-star caliber guys, move in the season. Zach LaVine, maybe B.I., Kuzma for sure.
Yep.
I think Jordan Poole might be on a run somewhere. There's going to be a few people. I have my eye on Utah still with John Collins.
Yep.
I wouldn't be surprised to see the Bulls, pivot on a few guys down that way. I also think Orlando has too many guards. Somebody's, got to go. Somebody's got to go.
Yeah.
So I say that to say there's going to be some movement this season, during this season. And I think the Kings are right there for the making. They're looking for another piece.
Yeah.
They have some money. They have a few pieces that they possibly could move. And I think they're going to be in the running for a piece that's, something's going to shake out. I would also say this too, and you tell me how you feel.
Yeah.
Because I think we're going into the same expectation as we did last year. If the Kings don't make 3 to 6, Drapes, is it I won't call this past year failure, but I think you know where I'm going. Coming into this past season, you couldn't have told me they finished 8th.
Right. I'm with you on that.
Right now, as of the D list of August the 8th today?
8th, yeah.
You got them 3 to 6.
Yep.
So if they don't make the top 6, what is Draper
they
saying
will
at the
have
end of the
underachieved.
season? Okay.
How about that? Let's say, I'm not going to say it was a failure.
Right.
They have underachieved. But the good thing about the NBA, and you know this, Jay, you can rewrite it in the postseason. So let's say you do finish 7th. I'm going to be disappointed. I'm going to be like, man, we should be top 5 or something like that. But then if you get the right matchup and you win that first round series, I'm like, okay, we made some growth. I think right now, because I just broke down the D list, anything less than 6, because what we have in addition to DeMar DeRozan is continuity among our star players with Fox and Sabonis, Malik Monk, Keegan Murray. Like DeRozan is, what DeRozan is like, Jay? You're a chef. You cook it all? You cook?
Yeah, absolutely.
You ever throw the turkey in the oven, cooking it for 3-4 hours, whatever it may be, getting almost done, almost there. Then you got to throw in a little extra seasoning or maybe some of the carrots and potatoes around it. That's what DeMar DeRozan is. The Kings are an almost done turkey dinner. They're almost done. The turkey's the thing is about to pop out the turkey, the little red thing that tells you when it's done. You add DeMar DeRozan, you add a John Collins maybe, bing, the Kings are done. Now we're ready to. Yeah. So we're that close, I think. And I agree with you. We do need one more person. Although somebody on the YouTube chat, they want me to read this comment so badly because they've said it like 20 times. Hey, Kyle, Orlando Robinson will beat McDaniels and Lyles at the 4. He's better than John Collins. What do you think about that?
Yeah, well, he hadn't shown that.
That's
no disrespect to old Rob, who's going to be playing out in Fresno at the Pro-Am this weekend. Yeah, man, this Pro-Am, we got to connect on that. This Pro-Am is deep right now in Fresno this upcoming weekend, but he hasn't shown it. We know John Collins can be a valuable starter in this league. Yep. We know what he brings to the table. We've had on numerous guests on this show who have talked about, the positive aspects of what John Collins brings to the table and some of the negative effects that he brings to the table. I'm a believer that if you put him in this system, I think he plays at a higher level. We might get to see the Atlanta Hawks John Collins,
right?
Because of the people who's around him and the expectations. Utah, they ain't got no expectations. Atlanta, they ain't got no expectations. So we really haven't seen the best of the best of John Collins in a top flight expected role for him to be, a contributor to a playoff team.
No, I agree 100% with you. You put him in our system, surrounded with our players, our coaches, and you got to play at a high level. You're competing for something now.
Night in, night out.
Yes.
Guess what's going to happen? Is Kyle Draper and Katie Christensen and the Drive guys and Sac Sports 1140, they're going to hold you accountable. You know what's going to, because one thing Draper is going to do is is on the off night that he's not calling the game on NBC Sports California, he's gonna look into the come on now. He's gonna look in the camera and say, John, baby, I need you to be just a tad bit better.
I need more from John Collins, but I agree with you, man. I think he will deliver. I think he's exactly what he needs because he can impact the game also without scoring.
Yeah.
You know, lob threat, defense, rebounding, little grit, little athleticism, something we really are lacking, I think, at that 4 spot. Hit us up, 916-339-1140. Now's your time to weigh in. Where do you have the Kings in the Western Conference? I got them as high as 3. Some people say they're a play-in team. I don't believe it. Let's go to the phone lines. Check in now with Ashley. Ashley, you're on with Drapes and Jay. How you doing?
I'm doing all right. How are you?
Good. What's happening, Ashley?
Not much, but I think that, I think Sacramento, like you said, could be as high as the 3rd seed. But obviously the range of where we could be very, very, it's very wide because you never know with injuries and such. The only reason I bring it up is I am a little concerned with DeRozan since he is getting up there. And the only reason I'm concerned with him, I know he's been healthy the last 3 years, but I was actually recently looking back at LeBron, and I noticed going up to 35, he had some, or like 35 and since he's had some years with injury, all that. Going back the 3 prior years, he had a season 3 years removed, or 3 years prior to being 35, where he had 82 games, I think 75 or 74, and then he had one with 65, which was the year he was 35. And so, I mean, even LeBron, he had some really good years as far as games played, and then once he started hitting 35, he started having less, and we're not expecting, DeMar to be LeBron James. But I think if there is a guy who can maintain his health going into his late 30s, early 40s, I do think it would be DeMar.
Appreciate it, Ashley. Great call. I agree with you. And here's the thing about DeMar DeRozan. People want to bring up his age, 35 now. Happy birthday to DeMar. That was yesterday. His game isn't predicated on being the most athletic guy out there, being the fastest, jumping the highest. He got that old man game.
Yeah, you do.
I'm going to get to my spots. Yep. Ain't nothing you can do about it. Take this little 17-footer to your eye.
Yep.
Bam, keep it moving. And so from an injury standpoint, sure, he's getting older, but his game doesn't, put his body in danger. If, he does drive, yes, but he's not, a smaller guy driving in there, taking all sorts of contact, falling down, hitting the deck a whole lot. He's a cerebral player. And I just think even if there is a little drop off in DeMar, he averaged 24 points per game last season. I'll take 21. I'm
Better
cool with
believe
22.
it. Yep.
Come on, man. De'Aaron Fox at 26, 27. Domas at 18. Keegan at like 17.
Mm-hmm.
Now you got something.
Yeah,
Jay.
man. Give me a slightly less effective DeMar DeRozan, and you're still cooking with grease.
Yeah,
for sure. Definitely.
All right, so the D list, I had the Kings 3 to 5 or so. Somebody says Mavs 1, T-Wolves 2, OKC 3, Pelicans 4. 4.
They got to stay healthy and show me. I like DeJounte. We like DeJounte.
We like him. Yep.
We really like DeJounte, but Zion has to show that he can play 75 games. And not only then play 75 games, Drapes, because what he didn't do this past year is he played most games, but he didn't finish it in the playoffs.
Mm-hmm.
He got hurt in the playoffs again. You have to be there when it counts, right?
Mm-hmm.
And that's my thing with the Pelicans. I don't know what's going to happen with B.I. He wants the $200+ million. I'm not sure they want to give it to him. And then you lose Najee Marshall, and I know that's a fringe guy. But when you're vying for championships, Drapes, and you know this, fringe guys are the guys that take you to the championship.
Yep.
As we talked about. KCP's not a fringe guy, but he's the guy that you add when it's like, that's that one last piece we need for a championship. That Bruce Brown, you know what? That's one last piece. We need to come in, be the microwavable guy, and, it becomes a championship. And that's what we're looking for here in Sacramento is probably that one last guy. But I think New Orleans, I'm not sold on it yet, man.
Right?
I know they done beat their head, beat the Kings across the head. I got that part. So people here in Sacramento see that.
Yeah, we got that PTSD. Yes. Like we see the Pelicans, they're the big boogeyman, right?
But in the rest of the league, they not that.
Yeah.
They did finish 7th now. Right. It wasn't like they were the top 3 team.
Exactly.
So they got some things to prove too. And I get people why they believe in it. I'm not sold on what the Pelicans are doing yet.
I'm with
Show me one more time, Drapes, I guess is what I'm asking.
Yeah, and I was looking at the YouTube chat and the text line. Our boy Ramsey weighed in on it. He says Minnesota has to show him again. I'm not sold on them just yet. I need to see a little more from Minnesota. Trey says that 925 caller or text line is a hater, but we need them types to excel. DeRozan unlocks our offense and puts more pressure on opposing defenses. I got the Kings at 52 on the high end, 50 on the low end. Magic number is 51, and they finished 3rd or 4th.
Trey, boy, we got a bunch of John Schumans today, don't we?
Right.
Analytic guy.
He's dropping some numbers on us, right?
But I respect that. I like that. That's putting your money where your mouth is, not just coming in and being wishy-washy.
Yeah.
If the Kings could get to 50 wins, and it's not like, 3 or 4 more, 3 more wins?
Yeah.
4 more wins is that big of a deal because we've seen them. The Piston game, Portland,
Charlotte.
Yeah, there's some games that they could have won.
Yep.
Getting smacked back and forth with Houston on the back-to-back early in the season. Like there goes 3 or 4 games. That's your 50.
Yeah.
So it's not that big, it's not out the realm to think they can win 50 with DeMar DeRozan.
Yep. We got much more drive guys coming up in just a little bit. Things are not going too well in the city of Dallas with the Cowboys. They have a wide receiver who's looking to get paid also. I got an update on CeeDee Lamb contract negotiations. Plus, at the top of the hour, Kirk Morrison joins us. It's the Drive Guys here on Sacktown Sports 1140.
I'm a very active person that likes to move around and go. The pain I was in was really excruciating. It was actually debilitating. I was basically heading towards a sedentary lifestyle. I had really tried everything, but I quickly lost hope with all of the things that we had tried, and that's what led me to the Good Feet store. And when I found the Good Feet system, it really just changed everything. It brought me back to life. I have my active lifestyle back.
The Good Feet store in Sacramento, Roseville, and Vacaville.
Labor Day savings now at Maida Chevy with $12,000 off MSRP on every new Silverado half-ton Turbo Max in stock after rebates.
$12,000 off every Silverado LT Turbo Max at Maida Chevy with at least 5 at this price.
Labor Day savings up to $12,000 off MSRP exclusively at Maida Chevy at MaidaChevy.com. Sacramento Silverado headquarters. Together, let's drive.
Not available with special financing and leasing. Some other offers must trade in 2010 model year or newer. Ends 9/3/24.
Made a great deal at Maida.
The Gold Rush Classic is a celebrity pro-am golf tournament, a celebrity skins game, a draft party, and an awesome concert featuring Moonshine Crazy. The Gold Rush Classic features the Rancho Murrieta Homes and Land $1 Million Swing for Charity Hole-in-One contest. The event raises money for Make-A-Wish, Jordan's Guardian Angels, and other worthwhile charities. Visit goldrushclassic.org. The Gold Rush Classic is sponsored by Bonnie Heating and Air. Bonnie has been leading the way home for our customers in the greater Sacramento region for their HVAC, sewer, plumbing, and electrical needs since 1978. Located in Rancho Cordova, our team of highly qualified technicians are ready to serve our community with the best service possible to ensure the adventure of home is everything our customers desire. Community is part of the foundation the company is built on. Bonnie is proud to be part of this community and will continue to lead the way home for our customers for years to come.
Thanks for calling Discover. This is Diego.
Hi, Diego. It's Jennifer Coolidge. I just want to say your cashback match makes me feel so special. It really inspired me.
That's great. Doubling the cashback you've earned at the end of your first year is what we do.
Well, I'm doubling everything now. Double dating, double dipping, double feature, double header, double whammy. Basically double or nothing.
You earn, we match. Discover Cashback Match. See terms at discover.com/creditcard.
Why'd the kid jump off the boat?
I don't know. Why?
Peer pressure.
Oh, good one, Ned.
Ned isn't funny, but Ned owns a boat, and you don't. So every time Ned tells another one of his unfunny boat puns, you're going to laugh loud and keep on laughing until you get a boat of your own.
A here where you put a boat.
Yeah, I get it.
And when you do get a boat of your own, make sure you save money by bundling it with your home, auto, or other vehicles with Progressive. Progressive Casualty Insurance Company, affiliates, and other insurers. Not available in all states.
Your flagship station for the Beam Team, Sacktown Sports.
Drapes and Jay holding it down here on Sacktown Sports, 1140. It's The Drive, guys. Hit us up, 916-339-1140. Coming up in about 11 or 12 minutes, Kirk Morrison will be joining us. He's an ESPN broadcaster, Rams pre-half and post-game host as well. We'll ask him about the Brandon Aiyuk situation, the current state of the NFC and the NFC West. Jay, I was just on Twitter and saw Cowboys owner Jerry Jones on contract talks with CeeDee Lamb. Quote, "I don't have any urgency to get it done." And CeeDee Lamb quote tweeted it and just said, LOL. That's a dude that should get paid.
Trade him. Aiyuk for CeeDee?
Aiyuk for CeeDee. What you doing? You would do that in a heartbeat.
Oh, yeah, man. Bye.
CeeDee Lamb is that dude.
Yeah. I mean,
he's
both...
a top 5 guy, though, without a doubt. No? No? Who's over CeeDee Lamb?
He close.
Jefferson.
Yeah.
Tyreek.
Yeah. Devontae.
Jamar?
Yep.
And then it got to be CeeDee. It got to be CeeDee right there. Yeah, you might
AJ,
be right. AJ's
too. There.
Yeah.
But he's there. He's a top, however you want to slice it, he's a top 5 guy. I get what you're saying.
He's in the mix. He's in the mix. And so you were saying, fortunately for the Cowboys, because CeeDee needs to get paid, Dak is looking for a new deal.
Yeah.
Micah Parsons.
Yep.
Like, they got some big name guys. I don't understand why the Aiyuk situation is getting a lot more play. I feel like maybe we're too far into the weeds, but I'm not hearing much on the Cowboys.
Nah, it doesn't seem like it. And it's kind of the opposite, right? Normally you hear about the Cowboys no matter what.
Right.
And the Cowboys should be thinking they're lucky stars about this Aiyuk situation.
No, you're right.
Because the CeeDee Lamb and the Dak Prescott situations have kind of been swept under the rug.
Mm-hmm.
Like, we hear Dak a little more than CeeDee, but CeeDee's not reporting. He ain't coming, according to him. Now, maybe 3 weeks down the road when he comes, when the big checks start to fall. But once this Aiyuk situation is done, then who do we turn our attention to?
Yeah. Looking at CeeDee Lamb's fines right now, this was as of yesterday, $1.5 million and counting.
Boy, that hurt. Damn. That hurt. That's when you know two things. You really standing on your word.
Yeah.
And you ain't hurting for money.
That's true, right? If you could just throw away $1.5 million, like, nah, I'm good. It's all good.
Because Drapes, I ain't gonna lie, man. I'm gonna do a Brandon Aiyuk. I'm gonna do a stand in or what is it?
The hold in. Yeah, I'm not giving away my money like that. No doubt about it. Not giving away my money like that. Emmitt Smith weighed in on it, talking about CeeDee Lamb. He's a very, very valuable asset to the Cowboys. Very valuable asset to Dak. Without him on the field, they're putting all of the pressure on Dak Prescott now, and that is unacceptable because every quarterback of his caliber should have quality people to throw the ball to, not no plan B or no plan C or no plan D. He should be in a position as your franchise quarterback. He shouldn't be in a position to be successful. And right now you're putting him behind the 8 ball, and that is not right. That's how I see it. That's Emmitt Smith, who notably had contract disputes, a holdout situation with the Cowboys back in the 90s. Can the same thing be said about Brock Purdy and the Niners, Jay, when Emmitt Smith says, quote, "It's unacceptable"? He says they're putting all the pressure on Dak Prescott right now. Are the Niners putting too much pressure on Brock Purdy if they don't get this done with Brandon Aiyuk? If you go into the season with no Aiyuk, does that put more on Brock Purdy's shoulders?
Yeah, It definitely does. It definitely forces Brock to be just a tick up better than when he was, because Aiyuk's the type of wide receiver that can bail you out of certain things, right?
Right.
He can get open and be wide open in certain situations where, certain guys, a Conley or Tricky Ricky P, a Danny Gray, like guys like that who might not be able to create that space that Aiyuk can do. The route running. One thing about Brandon Aiyuk, and we heard about this from Arizona State, he is without doubt probably the best route runner in the NFL. Mm-hmm. Not the best wide receiver, but route running is one of his specialties. It is a superpower. People love that about Brandon Aiyuk. My guy Derek Hagan, former NFL wide receiver, good friend, who used to be the wide receivers coach at Arizona State after he finished his NFL career, used to tell me when he was down that way, we got to get Haig on too. When he used to tell me, man, Aiyuk had special feet. Special feet. That was one of the things he always described Brandon Aiyuk as having special feet, man. And so, Drapes, I'll say this, two things. Purdy's definitely going to have to be a little bit better. I think the Cowboys are going to be in a way worse shape than the 49ers. CD. Yeah, I mean, look, you got Brandon Cooks over there, but I'm going to read a few other names. Jalen Tolbert, you know who that is?
Yeah, I heard of him.
Oh, you heard of him? Yeah. Okay, how about that? Jalen Brooks. Okay.
I don't know that.
Kevontae Turpin.
No, who's that?
Yeah, Jalen Marino Cropper.
Oh, that guy? No.
Yeah, Michael Gallup just retired.
So they hurting.
Tyron, Billy Johnson, my cousin. Cam Johnson, my other cousin. You see where I'm going?
But they're hurting at that position.
Absolutely.
You take CD out of there.
So now, as an Eagles fan, how are you sitting back?
Oh, I want it all to collapse. I want it all to go down. Dak to hold out, CD to hold out. Because here's the thing. And some people might not think CD's a top 5 receiver. That dude does everything for them. He is a game changer for them. Like, he is a big part of what they do. And Emmitt Smith talked about it, man. This guy is a valuable asset. And if you take him out, you just mentioned it. Who are their other wide receivers? Yeah, I mean, you don't
Brandon Cooks,
who's a speedster, but he can be game plan for
Absolutely.
You know what I mean? Brandon Cooks ain't going to burn anybody, beat double coverage or anything like that. And so if you're the Cowboys, I believe CeeDee Lamb probably has, a lot of leverage in this situation. And I'm surprised he hasn't gone with a trade request or something like that, because I think the market, and maybe I'm just super high on CeeDee Lamb, I think the market would be robust for a guy like that.
Oh, yeah. He's 30 million plus.
Yeah. He's a 30 million guy.
For sure. He's 30 million. If Aiyuk wants 30, CD should be asking for 32, 33. Kind of, situate yourself in between Justin Jefferson and the 30 million type of guys. It is huge. Jake Ferguson is their tight end. Don't forget Ezekiel Elliott is their running back, the starter now.
Him back. Yeah.
I mean, I'm not scared of that. I don't know about you, and you played him twice.
Yeah, I'm not. Nope.
I'm not scared of that offense. What are we doing?
Even with CD, the ground game, the running backs, no offense to Zeke, but he's long in the tooth now. He flamed out in New England. And so you're right. I think, and for Jerry Jones to say, there's no urgency. We're,
he crazy.
Man, you better get this dude up in camp. Pay that man his money.
Wide receivers this year, I don't know what it is, Drapes. Wide receivers this year, this offseason, are getting paid. People are respecting wide receivers a little more. And I'm not saying they haven't. I just saw Ramsey put up, some may think I'm off base, but Mike Evans is a top wide receiver. He is.
Yes.
That's the great part about arguing what you see. One thing about Mike Evans, he's consistent.
Yes.
He is consistent. The only thing I'd say about Mike Evans is there's a couple times he gets lost. Like, there's a few times throughout the season, and it could be his quarterback, could be you go back and look at his stats. There's 1 or 2 times he's gonna have like 1 or 2 catches.
Right.
And you're like, dang, what happened?
Yeah.
Yeah. And so the other thing too, Mike Evans, a few times this past year and maybe the year before, he's had some crucial drops too. Like, there's been a couple times you talk to folks down in Tampa and they're like, man, just he's great. Don't get it twisted. Dude's a top 5 guy. And I know all these guys can't be top 5, but they're in that realm. Sometimes, every now and then, Mike Evans drops a ball and people kind of look around like, that's unlike Mike.
Right.
That's not 7 years Mike ago. Yeah. So he may be getting a little older too.
Yeah, we're going to ask Kirk Morrison coming up in just a little bit about the wide receiver pay scale now. It has exploded this offseason. Kirk Morrison joining us next on The Drive, guys, here on Sacktown Sports 1140.
I didn't ask to be thrown in the streets with nowhere to go. I didn't think I'd survive. But I did ask for help, and Covenant House was there for me.
1 in 10 young adults will experience a form of homelessness this year. For these kids who didn't ask to be put in this unthinkable situation, Covenant House is there.
Covenant House helped me break the cycle of homelessness in my family. They gave me the love that I needed.
Over 2,000 young people will sleep safely in a Covenant House bed tonight. When youth who are experiencing homelessness have a hot meal, a safe place to sleep, medical care, and love, they can overcome heartbreaking challenges and have a brighter future.
They just really genuinely just wanted to help me succeed, and I'm succeeding. I'm a speaker, I'm an author. Covenant House really helped me and really helped mold me into the woman I am today.
If you or someone you love is asking for help, go to safeplacetosleep.org today.
Sacramento, Dirks Bentley's coming to town. Saturday, September 28th at Hart Health Park at Cal Expo for Country in the Park 2. And he's bringing some friends. Harmony, Tyler Rich, Dasha, Kelsey Hart, and more. Saturday, September 28th at Hart Health Park at Cal Expo. Get your tickets today before they're sold out at CITPFest.com.
Brought to you by RVs of Sacramento and Hoblet Chrysler Dodge Jeep and Ram Center.
Hi, this is Frank LaRosa.
And this is Scott Marsh.
Join us weekly for Golf to Go right here on Sacktown Sports. We talk to all the local golf experts in the area and give you the latest on all the courses as well.
And not to mention all the golf legends and celebrities, along with all the latest in equipment and tournaments too.
Most importantly, we'll just have some fun talking about a game that's fun to play.
You know, it's my favorite hour of the week, Frank.
Golf to Go, Thursdays at 6 p.m. and Saturdays at 8 a.m. right here on Sacktown Sports. Give us a listen. I think you'll enjoy it.
All right, get ready for an incredible lineup of live music and events with the Sacktown Sports live events calendar. Jason Mraz is at Thunder Valley on August 9th, and don't miss the Truckee Music Festival on August 9th and 10th, featuring Kip Moore and Sublime. Then rock out with a Mick Adams Stones tribute on August 15th at Thunder Valley. And get ready for Michael Franti at the Backyard in Sacramento on August 23rd. It's Soul Fest 24 live on August 24th at Thunder Valley. Plus, take a trip back in time with 80s Rewind at Thunder Valley on September 1st. Train and REO Speedwagon are at Toyota Amphitheater on September 6th, and the Doobie Brothers at Toyota Amphitheater on September 10th. Then don't miss the Lodi Grape Festival September 12th through the 15th, featuring Joe Nichols and Smash Mouth. And you'll laugh out loud with George Lopez at Hard Rock Live Sacramento coming September 21st. Then it's Bad Religion at Hard Rock Live Sacramento on October 19th. The Sacktown Sports live events calendar is your ticket to the hottest live shows in town.
The PGA club fitters at the Hagen Oaks Player Performance Studio know that golf should be fun. They also know that players of all abilities will hit the ball farther and straighter, play better golf, shoot lower scores, and have more fun if they get fitted before they purchase golf clubs. Hagen Oaks delivers the same technology and major brands used to fit PGA and LPGA professionals. See how the game can be even more fun. Hagen Oaks Player Performance Studio fittings are available 7 days a week. Make yours today by calling 916-808-2531. That's 808-2531.
KHTKAM HD1 Sacramento, KYMX HD2 Sacramento. From the Power Business Technology Toshiba Studios.
This is Sacktown Sports.
Live and local, it's the Drive Guys. Watch the show on youtube.com/Sacktown Sports 1140.
Or listen on the Sacktown Sports app.
Drapes and Jay here with you on a Thursday afternoon. Sacktown Sports 1140 is the Drive Guys. Continuing to talk NFL football. We got a preseason game going on right now. Carolina and New England.
Man, you watching it?
I mean, I got it on,
okay,
big fella.
Right, over the Olympics?
Yeah, I got it on both. I got one channel on the football game, another channel on the Olympics. I wanted to see how Drake May looked, but they pulled him early. I think he only had like 1 or 2 series if that, but I'm keeping an eye on it.
I'm just checking, man. I didn't know what you was doing over there.
Hey, I know my boy Kirk Morrison. He's watching some preseason NFL football right now. Kirk joining us on the Drive Guys here, Sacktown Sports 1140. You can catch him on ESPN, Rams pre, half, and post game as well. Kirk, welcome to the show, man. What you got on the tube right now, man?
Oh, shit, I'm tapped into the Giants and the Lions. You know what I'm saying? It's another preseason game on. So,
man, that's a football player, see?
I'm tapped into the other one. I want to see some of these other guys play because, I watch preseason with a different eye. I think we always look for, some of the prime time, the first-round players who are going to make a key contribution to a lot of teams. But I love to see those guys who – the back end of a roster, guys who, you never really talk about, but tend to find a way onto the roster and making having some significant play time at the end of the season.
Kirk Morrison joining us. Kirk, let's get right into it, man. Out here up in Northern California, we're worried about what's going to happen with Brandon Aiyuk. What's your read on the situation? And, as a player, what do you make of Ayuk's demands to get traded? And he only wants to go to these one or two teams.
Kyle, when did Brandon Aiyuk become Jerry Rice?
Oh, hey, hold up, Kirk. I'm respectful to the guest on the show. I'm respectful to guests that come to my crib, but we're not going to have no Aiyuk slander here. We're not going to have that, Kirk. We're not going to have Aiyuk slander.
When did bruh become Jerry Rice? Because we speaking on him like he's Jerry Rice. Like, let's be honest. Like, the 49ers didn't want to pay him what he wanted. So the 49ers hold the chips. They hold the cards. He's doing his little hold in. He's going to go somewhere. And I think Brandon Aiyuk is an outstanding receiver. But I also know that he's a piece to a puzzle. And that 49ers puzzle, we've seen it many times before. Guys go somewhere else, and they're not the same player that they were. I think that Brandon Aiyuk is a good player, but he's also a great player in the 49ers offense. I think he'll be a good player somewhere else, but it is just going to be very difficult. I don't know how this is going to shake out. First it was Patriots, then it was Browns, then it was Steelers, and they right back at square one. I know that if I'm getting Brandon Aiyuk, I want him in my camp, and I want him practicing right now because I'm going to need him starting week one. And already too much time, I think, has already passed by.
Kirk, I don't, and remind me, please correct me if I'm wrong. I don't remember you ever holding out or having a contractual problem that hit the public.
Right.
But
correct.
How, as a player, because you've been around, you've been in the locker room, and 9 times out of 10, family, we always talk about it's just business. We know it's business. Other players go about their business. But if you're a teammate right now, you're Fred Warner, I keep it in the linebacker crew, you Devondre Campbell, you D. Winters. How are you operating right now with this Brandon Aiyuk situation?
I got to control what I can control. I never was one to go check somebody else's pockets, right? I mean, he's trying to feed his family. He's trying to secure generational wealth. I am all for that, especially if I've already cashed in mine. That's the one thing that sometimes it happens with a lot of good teams is that here we are, we've made playoffs, we've won conference championships, we've been in conference championship games, multiple Super Bowls. Okay, now it's time to go get mine. So everybody else has gotten theirs, and I don't think he's gotten his to a point where everybody can say, like, all right, Brandon's got to get his money because he's the last dude to get paid. Everybody else has got, Bosa didn't got his, right? Debo got his. Christian McCaffrey got a bump and he didn't even ask for it. So why can't I get mine? George Kittle got his. And so at the end of the day, I will tell you this. Sometimes the contract situations is obviously money, but it's also respect. How much do the 49ers respect you? And I think you look at Brandon Aiyuk, but you also look at DeForest Buckner. You also look at Eric Armstead, how those guys, were kind of jettisoned away from the team. So you got to have both sets of eyeballs on what's going on.
Kirk, when you and we got Kirk Morrison on here with us, the Drive Guys, 8-year NFL vet, linebacker in Oakland, Buffalo. When you look at Aiyuk, though, Kirk, dude's 26. He's hitting his prime right now. And so you mentioned Armstead and things like that. I could see making that choice to some of the aging veterans. But Aiyuk, and if I'm being real, this time next year, if they had to choose, they'd probably choose Aiyuk over Debo because of age situations. So, and I know he's not Jerry Rice or anything like that, but this is a 26-year-old wide receiver in his prime. And we did a last segment talking about how Emmitt Smith talked about if you don't sign CeeDee Lamb, you're putting a lot on the plate of a guy like Dak Prescott. What about Brock Purdy? And now he's going to have to do a lot more heavy lifting, carrying the load. I mean, and I've said this, and I know I'm going on a rant here, Kirk, and I said this with Jay all this week. The Niners have gotten away with not having to pay their receiver, Aiyuk and Brock Purdy. Name me another NFL team when your number one wide receiver and your starting quarterback is making a combined $15 million. You can't find one. So they knew this was coming.
The Pittsburgh Steelers are.
Because Russell Wilson is Denver's paying that. Come on now.
Hey, bro, you said tell you another team.
And where they going at? And where they going, Kirk? Where they going?
I mean, they made the playoffs last year in the toughest division in the NFL, the AFC North. But no, I understand your point, man, and I take that point, and it's rightfully so. My only thing when it comes to just the whole situation with Brock Purdy and everything in the 49ers, I feel like it's one of those situations that's going to have to figure itself out. I just know that I'm a guy that I'm not a big analytics guy, but I do look at the game tape and I look at the games. And I know that when Deebo Samuel was out of that lineup last year, the 49ers couldn't win a football game. Deebo Samuel goes back in that lineup, and they were the team that we expected them to be. And Aiyuk was there the entire time. I'm not saying they don't need him, but what I'm saying is that Deebo Samuel seems to be the guy, the wild card, along with Christian McCaffrey, that really made that offense go. And Brandon Aiyuk seemed to be a luxury. So that's the hard part for me, man. That's the hard part that I saw last year, especially, man, if you watch the receiver, you watch George Kittle and Deebo Samuel and what the team looked like. They couldn't get anything going. Deebo comes back, and it was like, man, Deebo. Nobody was saying, Aiyuk, right? You know what I mean? Like, let's just be real.
Kirk, are you, because, and I was asking you this before we got on air, you've had the opportunity to jump around a few training camps already this offseason due to, the perks of your job. But with that being said, how are other teams? And I know you don't walk into a training camp asking the team about another team. Like you said, we don't count people's pockets here on the Drive Guys. But just as far as the feeling throughout the NFL, throughout the, you hobnobbing, taking phone calls, text messages, guys that you talk to, what's the feeling around the 49ers outside looking in?
I mean, to me, I think this is the biggest year for Brock Purdy. Everybody keeps talking about what's going to happen next year with the contract. He could be $60 million per year. I'm saying that Brock Purdy has to have a repeat performance. If the 49ers only get to a playoff and not a conference championship game, not a Super Bowl, who are we going to blame that on? Kyle Shanahan, the offense, not having Aiyuk? Or is it going to be on Brock Purdy? And will people question about making him one of the highest paid quarterbacks in NFL history? Like, those are the things that I'm hearing right now, that this is a critical year for Brock Purdy. We saw what he was able to do in that small sample size 2 seasons ago. Last year, obviously, people were talking about MVP for Brock Purdy, but then we saw Christmas and the Ravens came and played the Grinch and saw Brock Purdy become human. And so, look, did he take over the Super Bowl against Patrick Mahomes? No, Patrick kind of took that one over. So when I've talked to some people, everybody's saying, hey, look, the 49ers are always still going to be the team to beat in the NFC. But could next year be that situation where we're questioning more about them paying Brock Purdy, where right now some people are saying, like, oh, he's going to be this. I'm like, not so fast, my friend, like Lee Corso would say.
That's a good point. Kirk Morrison joining us here on the Drive Guys, Sacktown Sports 1140. You're right, Kirk. This might be a prove-it year for Brock Purdy if he wants to get that big-time $60 million payday that a lot of people are talking about. When you look at the NFC West, what kind of noise can the Rams make? Solid season last year, 10-7. Right. What's the state of the Rams right now?
Yeah, they look good. I'm not going to lie to you. Right now they're a little banged up on the offensive line, but they went out and they got guys who can compete with the 49ers up front. I think being around those games against the Rams and 49ers, it's been bad because the 49ers just out physical. You know, they just ran the football. It was a tougher team. The Rams went out, they got Jonah Jackson from the Detroit Lions, right? They went and got Kevin Dotson from the Steelers. They went drafted Blake Corum to back up Kyron Williams. Like, they were like, we want, and then they drafted with their first 2 picks in the draft, defensive linemen. Obviously, look, we know Aaron Donald retired, so you had to kind of go that route. But they really invested into these fronts, offensively and defensively. And that's where, if they're going to compete with the 49ers or have any contention for a division title, they know they had to get better up front. So that'll be the interesting thing to look at throughout this division or throughout this season, how this offensive line and defensive line plays, and can they compete at the level of the 49ers.
Kirk, I'd be remiss if we didn't talk about your team, man, Captain Kirk. The Raiders, as much as it pains me to talk about the Raiders, but you know, what's your take, man? I know you always do your just do on your home squad, and you know what? I don't know what they have at quarterback. I'm not even going to ask you to know what they have at quarterback because they don't. Pierce doesn't even know what they have at quarterback. But what's your take on the Raiders entering this season? You know, a lot of folks up here still got their eyes on the Raiders, and they would love for Captain Kirk to speak on it.
Yeah, you know, it's interesting being at camp because you have a training camp battle between Aiden O'Connell and then also Gardner Minshew. And so everybody's wanting to see a quarterback pull away, but nobody's giving credit to the other side, man. I think Patrick Graham in year 3 of his defense, these dudes are flying around. These dudes are making plays. Max Crosby, let's be honest, one of the top 3 defensive players in the league right now. And then you throw in a secondary that's starting to gain a lot of traction, right? They're starting to, you know, have a lot of chemistry, especially Jack Jones is kind of coming to his own so far. So I say that to say that the Raiders just may be a defensive-minded team this year that may play some close games, get Devontae Adams involved, Jacoby Myers. They got 2 good tight ends. They just want to win games. They don't care how they do it. They want to win ugly, nasty. They may not have great numbers, but there's a confidence about them that they feel like they can win with either quarterback because they really believe that they got an outstanding defense.
Kirk Morrison joining us. Let's stay right there, Kirk. You know, Antonio takes over last season. You know, things get hot for the Raiders. You see them play an inspired ball. How much of that was a honeymoon phase? And you know, what can we expect in terms of win-loss this season from the Raiders?
Yeah, I'm glad you mentioned honeymoon because everybody saw last year the way that the Raiders played down the stretch, and Antonio Pierce had those guys ready to play. The Raiders are still the last team to beat the Kansas City Chiefs, and that was on Christmas Day, and they embarrassed the Chiefs. So it's kind of a carryover that I like for this season. And I asked Antonio Pierce about it. Like, what's the mantra now? You the head coach, not the interim coach. Like, what's the mantra? What are you telling the guys? And it was, to be honest, he just said, basically, fellas, this is what I'm going to do. I need more of you. I need you guys to be twice you. He called it you squared because he wanted to see you plus you, meaning give everything that you got and some more, because that's what we're going to need this year. We got to continue to be hunters. We're not the hunted yet. Embrace who we are, but just know that everything we're going to do, we got to earn. Ain't nobody going to give us nothing. And I just thought that's the mindset a lot of those players are kind of buying into, being underdog. They just want to do things the right way. They cut down on penalties last year. They feel like they got some outstanding players. So they know that they got their work cut out for them, but they got a week 1 matchup that's going to be huge. Their first 2 games on the road, at Chargers, at Ravens. You'll know a lot about the Raiders after the first 2 weeks of the season.
Joined by Kirk Morrison, former NFL linebacker, of course, SDSU legend, as someone said on the text line, San Diego State Aztec legend. Kirk,
yes,
staying near with the Raiders one more time. I mean, you know, take your black and silver glasses off for me because I know where you're going to go with it. But it sounds like Antonio Pierce and the Raiders feel like they can make a playoff run, and the playoffs are expanded now. Is that what you're getting from them?
Hey, look, if you ask me the question now, I always say it's tough. There's too many variables because I look at a loaded AFC. right? I look at Aaron Rodgers and the Jets and Tua and the Dolphins and, obviously the division-winning Buffalo Bills last year. AFC North, come on now. The hardest division in football. Let's be real. Ravens, Steelers, Bengals, who went like 9-8 last year and came in fourth place. I got 9-8 teams coming in fourth place. And obviously with the Steelers going on, I'm a big Titans guy this year. I think the Titans can do some things with Will Levis, man. Trevor Lawrence looking to have a bounce back year. I think the Texans fall back a little bit. They're not the best team in that division. I know what the record said last year, but like my boy Gary Payton used to tell me, let me see it for 4 years straight before we start crowning people. And give them that consistency. So that's how I am, man. You got to continue to prove it. And we've talked about it all the way up until now. Never haven't mentioned his name. Patrick Mahomes still the baddest dude in the NFL. So that's why it's hard for me right now currently to sit and look at this playoff picture and say, man, the Raiders are going to be in it. Yeah, I think that they're going to be fighting for that last spot, but there's just going to be so many good teams. So people don't even realize that last year the Denver Broncos went 8-9. All the chaos that they had, they were 8-9. Man, like it's a wild sport, a wild game, and I love watching it because it's so unpredictable. Who is going to be the team that goes from last place to first place in the division, like the Texans did last year?
Might it be the Chargers? What do you think about Harbaugh? I mean, I'm not saying they're going to win the division, but can they make some noise? You think? Can he turn things around there?
I'm not, I'm not a hater, man, but I still want to see more from Justin Herbert. I mean,
he's the golden boy. Everybody's saying he's a great quarterback.
But Kyle, everybody say it. They tell me, I want to see it. You know what I mean? Show me. Like, I'm tired. Like, you can tell me all this stuff, but you can't lose it when you up 27-0 in a playoff game to the Jaguars. So you can tell me how great Justin Herbert is, but I want to see something. At least I've seen Tua battle it out, take his team to a playoff, and be a big factor. And they lost to the champions last year in the first round. I want to see something from Justin Herbert, and right now he's going to be on the shelf, with the plantar fasciitis injury. So I hope people don't give him that built-in excuse for the season already. So it's a lot into it. I want to see more from him because I keep hearing about it. But like I tell my son all the time, he said, "Oh, Dad, I'm going to have a great day today." Hey, don't tell me. Show me.
Man, yeah, that's game. Kirk, before we let you get out of here, man, you are on ESPN, the 4-letter for college football, man. I'm a huge college football guy. I know we, sometime here in Northern California, for whatever reason, we don't push the limit on college football. But I would be remiss if I didn't ask you about your thoughts on the upcoming season, college football, man. You jump around every week in all these people's backyard and get to shake hands and kiss the babies and hit the cocktails and everything else. What's your thoughts on the college football season pushing up? I don't think Michigan could, they got too many people to replace. A lot of people love Ohio State, of course. I mean, there's so much going on. Georgia's always there. What's your look on college football right now?
Yeah, I just got back from our college football seminar this week. And so my two takeaways before I got to go, fellas, but my two takeaways are, number one, this will be the longest college football season ever. The longest college football season ever. And it will be the most exciting. Look, I know realignment. Some people are so old school. We're not going to have the Pac-12. We're not going to have – man, we got new matchups. And that's all we want to see. We want to see these new matchups. You remember when people got excited about interleague play? Well, this is now interleague play. We just see it in college. And now we get to see matchups that we only got a chance to see in bowl games. Now we get to see them all the time. That's the one thing. The other thing is just that I just feel like now you don't get penalized for losing one game or two games, because now you have the opportunity this year with the 12-team playoff. I'm looking forward to seeing these teams get the 4 byes and all that stuff. So it's going to be great overall, man.
All right, Kirk Morrison, appreciate it, man. I know you got to run. Follow Kirk on Twitter, Kirk Morrison. Hey, man, we'll be catching up with you throughout the season, man.
Okay, appreciate you guys. Thank you.
All right, great stuff from Kirk Morrison right there. Hey, man, thing I like about Kirk, he keeps it real. You know what I mean? He's like, you got to show me, whether it's Justin Herbert, whether it's Brandon Aiyuk, Brock Purdy, he said. How about the pressure Brock is under? We just sitting here thinking, $60 million man, $57, $58 million man. Does he got to show more, you think, going into the season?
Yeah. I think he's got to show pretty much what Kirk said. I think he's got to show exactly what he showed last year, and maybe what a few less numbers. But I think you got to have high play, Drapes.
Right.
He's got to be able to command this offense and make plays. And I don't think you were here when I was saying. I think it was one of the days that you were gone. The one thing that Brock Purdy, more than any quarterback prior to, since Colin Kaepernick for the 49ers, Jimmy G wasn't capable of doing it. I'm not even going to go down to CJ Beathard and all those type of guys. No disrespect to them, but I think Purdy has the ability to make a play out of no play. And I said this when we were talking about Pat Mahomes and Super Bowl runs and guys like that, is it takes one or two plays where it's like, oh my God, wait a minute. It takes spectacular / getting lucky, whatever you want to call it, plays to win a Super Bowl. Right. It happens.
Right.
You look at Pat Mahomes championships. The 3rd and 15 of Tyreek Hill, the sidearms, him running around last year 2 or 3 times, breaking away. Like, it takes those broken plays to win a Super Bowl. I think Brock Purdy has the ability to do those things. I'm not sure if those are natural. I'm not sure they organic. I'm not sure if it's luck, but I think he has the ability to do those things. I just think he has to do it.
Yeah, he has to do it. And to your point, Jay, I know I'm a Brock Purdy hater, but he has shown the ability to scramble and buy time and make some throws on the run. Not a whole lot, It's not like Pat Mahomes, drawing up a play in the sand and running around and, you go 5 yards and out, you go 15-yard button hook and all. Like, Brock is, taking what the system gives it, but he has improvised. He has, when things break down, being able to throw on the run. We had a discussion, I think it was last week or maybe 2 weeks ago, about Brock taking more command of the offense. I wonder, any great quarterback, any great coach, they turn the keys over to the quarterback. They trust them to do certain things.
I don't know, Drapes. I know where you're going.
I'm just saying, Patrick Mahomes, Andy Reid, trust him.
Yeah.
Tom Brady, that's Tom Brady's offense when he was in New England. What's it going to take for Kyle Shanahan to trust Brock Purdy enough to be like, Brock, here are the keys? Not saying this, you make all the calls or anything like that, but we look at the Niners offense and it works because of Shanahan. All great quarterbacks, though, the offense works because of them.
Yeah.
Will we ever get to that point?
Drapes, I'll be honest, man. I don't see it. I don't see it from Shanahan. I think it's going to take somebody who is already established. Like, if you bring a Lamar Jackson here, and all counts that the Niners kicked the tires on Lamar Jackson when they were going through. Like, Lamar Jackson comes here, Shanahan, shut up.
Right.
Like, I think it takes that type of person.
If Brady would have come here.
Yeah, Shanahan, pipe down, brother. Give me the play. Watch me work.
Right.
I'm not sure, and I think that's part of the reason. Like, TC calls our show all the time. He's a detractor of Shanahan. There's plenty of questions. Not winning Super Bowls, gets questions thrown at your way. And I think that's part of it is the 49ers. And I saw something today. I don't think I put it in our text thread, but Jed York and the 49ers ownership has spent more money than any other organization in the last 4 or 5 years.
Yeah.
They're not cheap. They're spending money. They're trying to go get a Super Bowl. Believe me. Not only does Shanahan feel the pressure, not only does Purdy feel the pressure, not only does the team, the players feel the pressure, the organization feels the pressure. Like, the 49ers are a proud organization. This is something you always talk about.
Yep.
You guys are living in the 80s and the 90s. You guys ain't living off Jeff Garcia. You're not living off Tim Rattay. You're not Gio Carmine. Like, you're not living off them type of dudes. Troy Smith, who's my guy. No disrespect to Troy. But this is a team that hasn't won in a long time, bro. A long time. You can believe the Yorks, who are connected to the DeBartolos through marriage and all that type of stuff, you better believe they feeling pressure, Drapes, especially to go to 3-4 Super Bowls like they have in the last dozen years and not win. Like, this is the 49er fans, the FTTB fans, faithful 49er faithful. They serious about winning right now.
Right.
It is knockdown, drag out, championship or nothing for 49ers. The organization, the ownership, John Lynch, all these dudes feeling that pressure. You can't tell me they're not.
And even more so than this past season.
Yes.
Because, when I first started here, you were talking, it's Super Bowl or bust.
Yeah.
All right. It didn't happen. You made it to the Super Bowl, didn't win. But this year, come on.
Drace, how many excuses I going to be able to keep giving you?
I know.
How many times can I keep saying, well, the 49ers D held Pat Mahomes, but for one or two plays, they couldn't figure it out.
Eventually, you got to get it.
Come on now. How many times can we keep – and Brock Purdy is, he's a Johnny-come-lately. But as I always say, when you have a problem with someone that you got to pay a bill or your smudge, your PG&E, your phone bill, your T-Mo, whatever you got to pay, when you pick up that phone, one of the things I always tell reps the first time is this. Don't take it personal because I don't have a gripe with you. But unfortunately, you the person who picked up the phone. And now you are representing your company. So with that being said, Brock Purdy has now picked up the phone for the 49ers heading into the second year, of being a starter. Like, this is greatness. This is Montana. This is Steve Young. This is Y.A. Tittle. This is greatness.
This is it.
This is it.
This is it. Because everything is there.
You better believe it.
You got all the ingredients.
Come on.
You got to get it done this year. All right, we got much more Niners talk, Kings talk as well. Earlier, I had the D list. Where would you rank the Kings at? This is the Drive, guys, here on Sacktown Sports 1140.
At Fisher Investments, we may seem like other money managers, but we're different.
What makes you so different than the rest of us?
We ensure clients receive unparalleled service at every step of the relationship.
Tell me more.
Our investment counselors focus on service over sales, prioritizing clients' needs.
How do you make money?
We don't sell any commission-based products. We have a simple management fee based on the value of our client's portfolio. So we do better when our clients do better.
What about client portfolios?
We get to know each client, their finances, family, health, lifestyle, and more, and then we tailor a portfolio based on their specific goals and needs.
Your clients really come first then, huh?
Yes, we make them a top priority. Our goal is helping them achieve a comfortable retirement.
Wow, maybe we are different.
At Fisher Investments, we're clearly different. Learn more at FisherInvestments.com.
Investing in securities involves the risk of loss.
Insurance companies perform a very valuable service, but they want to keep their money. Although most cases settle before trial, it is paramount that the insurance companies know that if pressed, your legal team has the experience to take your case all the way. For 25 years, Ashton & Price has earned the reputation that if the insurance company isn't fair, we're ready to force them to be fair. My mom used to warn me, wait till dad gets home. Think of us as dad. The best part, there's no fee until we win.
Remember, for the best advice, don't think twice. Call Ashton & Price.
Labor Day savings now at Maida Chevy with $12,000 off MSRP on every new Silverado half-ton Turbo Max in stock after rebates.
$12,000 off every Silverado LT Turbo Max at Maida Chevy with at least 5 at this price.
Labor Day savings up to $12,000 off MSRP exclusively at Maida Chevy at MaidaChevy.com. Sacramento Silverado headquarters. Together, let's drive.
Not available with special financing and leasing. Some other offers must trade in 2010 model year or newer. Ends 9/3/24.
Made a great deal at Maida.
Hey, it's Carmichael Dave for American Energy Heating and Air with a question. Have you recently had a technician diagnose your HVAC system and you were a bit surprised at how much it cost? Or did something seem off about their quote? Because at American Energy, they take pride in giving you honest, straightforward solutions to get that system up and running. Have their qualified technicians come out and give you a free second opinion. It's free. You got nothing to lose but some dollars off of that original quote. They're making the uncomfortable comfortable. They've been doing it since 1981, serving the greater Sacramento area. A+ with the Better Business Bureau. That's why they keep having customers coming back for more and more and more. You can call them and set that appointment at 916-520-9990. That's 916-520-9990 or AmericanEnergyAir.com.
Call 916-520-9990 now.
Your new home for 49ers football in the 916 Sacktown Sports.
Final half hour here of the Drive, guys. Drapes and Jay, Sacktown Sports, 1140. Shout out to Kirk Morrison for jumping on with us. Busy man. He's about to get even busier doing college football, Rams stuff. This guy is everywhere. Former Raiders linebacker Kirk Morrison joining the Drive, guys. Taking a look at some of the tweets out there, some of the text. I see you out there. Shout out to Trey. That's why I love my boy Drapes. He keeps it real. He ain't always right, but he keeps it real. You know, I'm not a Brock Purdy guy. You know what I mean? I admit that. You know,
I'm not supposed to.
Exactly. Let me ask you this, though, Jay, because I didn't realize that the Rams only finished a couple games behind
49ers.
The Niners. Are they a threat at all?
Nah.
And I'm not talking. But, Jay, before you answer, don't be, with your red and gold glasses on. Let's be objective about this. They were only 2 games off the Niners' pace.
Yep.
And you just heard Kirk Morrison. Everybody they added, they beefed up some spots. Could they be a threat in the NFC West?
No. I truly, I mean, it's me, Kirk is my guy.
That's your guy.
That's one of my guys. And, that's his job. One of his many jobs. You know, he's Kyle Draper. He has 15 jobs.
15 jobs, right?
One of them is pre-post, as you said, pre-post, halftime, all that for the LA Rams. And so, he's on the inside looking out. And I respect that. But as Trey talked about, one thing about Kirk is he's going to tell you the truth too. And so I've had a conversation or two. And I would think that everything has to line up perfectly for them.
Yeah.
For the 49ers.
And when some injuries, something like that.
And that's where I was going to go. I think it has to be not only what they do, but what the 49ers don't do for it to make sense. And so I love McVay, I think, has settled in. I think he, for a quick minute, it felt like he was, didn't want to be a coach.
Yeah.
He never really came out and said
there was last year, wasn't there talk like maybe a broadcaster or something else?
Yeah. He got a Super Bowl. I'm out.
Yeah.
I think he's settled in now. The Rams of LA have kind of settled in. They have people talk about when the 49ers play them is 49ers South. But when you have you had the opportunity to go to a Rams game yet?
No, I have not. Not a Rams game.
They have a built-in fan base, but I don't think they're attracting the youngsters yet. Right. And so I think they're still battling it. And, the old thing goes, LA's got 86 things to do every single day. So I get that. But I think that plays a part in it too. I'm not sure they've really claimed LA as their home, even though that's where they're going to be. And they were there before. I'm not sure it has just struck to where you go in there and it's like pandemonium. It's Seattle.
Right.
It's Philadelphia. Like it's Green Bay.
Yeah.
Like they haven't developed that. And so I think that plays against them for whatever reason.
You been to SoFi?
Yeah. I've been there once for the 90s. Yeah, it's a great atmosphere. Yeah. Just kind of like Lakers, you're going to see, star studded.
Okay.
You walking around on the sideline, like me or you or somebody would do. And you're like, man, they at the Rams game?
Right.
But it's kind of one of those things. I'm there for the atmosphere. I'm there because it's the thing. It's one of the things to do right now. Before I hit I hit Hollywood or Sunset or Melrose or whatever.
You like that, Jay?
Well,
yeah, we did.
Oh man,
Jay, we got to chop it up.
Dude,
man.
I lived in LA for almost 12. That's the great part of what we do.
Yeah.
Do we not get to meet great people?
Yes.
We meet great people sometimes.
Yeah, I got to get back to LA, man. You bring up Hollywood.
And this the other part, Drapes, not to jump off the subject.
Yeah.
Me and you, I think, are pretty close to the same. We don't cash in our favors or tokens or I don't really call people for favors.
Right.
And 9 times out of 10, I'll just say karma seems to have always blessed me. Like, I'm not the person to pick up, hey, can I get this? Can I get that? Can I get that?
Yeah.
Most of the time it falls on my lap, man.
Right. Right.
Most of the time, I'm in the right position.
Yeah.
You know, I've been
Or they
blessed
offer
to
it
be.
up.
Yeah.
You know what I mean?
And I try to do the same.
Yeah.
You know?
Yeah. And the thing about it, too, is when you do call in that favor, they know it's
serious.
It's serious.
Mm-hmm.
Like, oh, he really wanted. Yeah, let's do this. No, you're right about that. Hey, let's get to the phone line, Shay. Got a couple phone calls here. 916-339-1140. Let's go line 2. Akash. I think that's how I'm pronouncing it. Akash, you're on with Drapes and Jay.
Hey, fellas. Thank you for taking my call. I just wanted to say I completely agree with you guys when it comes to Kyle Shanahan. I'm a big 49ers fan, but I just swear that guy just gets in his own way sometimes. It always has to be him. Like, he has to be the headliner. It has to be his system. And like you guys are saying, when is he going to trust his quarterback? And kind of case in point, I don't know if you guys saw that interview a few weeks ago Purdy did, where he was talking about, like, Tom Brady, and he wants to be like Tom Brady and, you know, put the foot down in the third quarter and take the other team out and, you know, blow the game open. And, you know, I saw Twitter reacting and saying, oh, we got a dog at QB. We got a dog at QB. And yes, we do. Like, I love, as a Niners fan, I love hearing that. Mm-hmm. But you guys all have to remember this. Kyle Shanahan is calling the plays. He's play calling. And he's always just nursing 3-point leads, 6-point leads. He wants to be conservative with his play call. So how are we going to go blow the game open? How can the players, you know, blow the game open when he's conservative play calling? And I don't know. Honestly, I just want to leave with this, that, like, I you know, people compare him to Andy Reid. And Andy Reid didn't win a Super Bowl in Philly. Sorry, Drapes, but he didn't.
No, that's true.
Right. And so I really have always felt the same way with Kyle that, I mean, I don't know when that day will come. You know, he's great. We win a lot, and I love that. But I don't feel like he will win a Super Bowl here with San Francisco. I think it'll be his next team with his next quarterback.
Dang, Jay. All right. Appreciate the call, Cash. What do you think about that, Jay? He's saying y'all not winning this year.
Yeah. Well, I can't go and not believe in it, but I do feel what he's saying, and I think that's what a lot of people talk about Shanahan detractors, you know, are talking about. He gets in his way.
Does he crap the bed late in games, you think?
I think so. There's been times you can point to it. You know, you could argue maybe like, yeah, absolutely. You know, Super Bowl here, Washington here, you know, absolutely. I mean, and Akash makes a great point. There have been times where you could just see him, man. He shifts into second gear and he's cruising. He on Broadway, lowrider, you know, muscle car, cruising down Broadway, and I'm in second gear. I'm gonna do me. I'm hitting Miller's Park.
Yeah.
I'm not high powered. I'm not doing it no more. You know, like, you can't go from throwing 10 times in a row. It's like, man, run the ball one time.
Right.
And then in the third quarter, it's like, okay, throw the ball. We've ran the ball 26 times in a row.
It's
I feel
39
like.
and you handed it right.
So I get it. I get what Akash is saying.
Yeah.
It's true. It is true until proven that it is not true. And that's the tough part.
Until you do it.
Yeah.
To prove it's wrong.
I mean, Drapes, I could, and Akash is right. When you're talking about Andy Reid was the greatest thing ever in Philly. And then people start second guessing him because he couldn't win
get it done.
He couldn't get it done.
Yeah.
And that's where it is with the 49ers is at some point in time, and when we might not be there yet, might not be this season, but if they come up short and Brock Purdy plays well, and Debo has a good year, and Kittle does the same thing, all pro, and you got like all these guys are lining up. Charvarius Ward being fantastic. Debo looks like he going to be one of the next best corners in the league at this point. And you don't win. What's the excuse?
The excuse is, and it's not just for the Niners, Jay. We might be seeing one of them dudes talking about Mahomes where you look back and say, damn, he was the Jordan of our time, or he was the Brady of our time. Like, we just couldn't get over it.
What if KC doesn't win it? Let's say the Dolphins win.
If the Dolphins win, and I tell you what, if KC don't win it, the Niners better win it. Like, I don't care who else. Ravens, Eagles, Dolphins, then it's no excuses. I don't think.
See, so then the question becomes, and I think that's what Akash, you know, because we did see the Brock Purdy interview. He said he wants to be the next Tom Brady, which everybody does. But what he's saying is he wants to have control over the offense.
Yeah.
It's going to be a cold day, and you know what, before Kyle Shanahan gets Brock Purdy that.
That's what I'm saying. Like, when you look at it, to your point, if it's Lamar Jackson, if it's Tom Brady, but Brock got to have like 5 or 6 years built in before that the trust really is like, I'll let the reins off. You know what I mean?
And does Shanahan make it, if the 49ers don't win, does Shanahan make it another 5-6 years? Does he make it 3?
Yeah, that's a great
Does
question.
he make it 3? I'll even cut it down. Does he make it 2 years from now if the Super Bowl is not won by the 49ers?
Jay, but if he's getting there and if he's getting into the playoffs and if you're going 12-5, if you're number 1 seed in the NFC, who are you going to get that's better? Who are you going to get that's like?
I'm not sure. Bill Belichick?
I don't know, man.
How did you feel with Andy Reid as an Eagle guy? Because you're kind of in the same situation.
It had run its course with Andy Reid.
Okay.
It had sort of run its course.
You don't feel that way with Shanahan yet, being as close to the 49ers as you are now.
See, I've only been here 3 years.
Okay.
Like Shanahan already had a few years built in before I came. What is he in? 7 years now or something like that? What's it been? When did he come?
I think it's
17, was it?
Yeah, 6 or 7. I think this will be a 7th.
7th year. And so when you look at Shanahan now, you could argue in terms of his resume, he's had a hell of a run with these Niners. Like last year, making it to the Super Bowl, I think, to me, that tipped the scales where I'm like, all right, this guy, because before that, it had been Super Bowl, then 500. You know what I mean? It was up and down.
Sure.
Now he seems to have this team, this program on the level. He finally has his quarterback. I might give him another 3-year window, Jay.
So you're going to give him a decade because he came and signed for 17.
Yep.
So
about a decade.
Man, that's a long time not to win, man. Let me tell you, 10 years with the stacked, and I can't remember, maybe somebody said this on our show. The 49ers are going to be a team, and this is the way I feel about the Patrick Willis's. Frank Gore's getting ready to go to the Hall of Fame.
Yeah.
There's going to be a couple guys that enter that. You might see Justin Smith. There's going to be some players who hit the 49ers, Joe Staley, who hit the Hall of Fame within the probably next handful of years, and they got nothing to show for it.
Some greats.
Yes.
That come through.
And someone said it. And
Samuel.
Debo. This is the point, Drapes, is someone said, we may be looking at the 49ers 10 years down the road. And as we go every single year to these Hall of Fame inductions and be like, Kyle Shanahan had a slew of Hall of Famers and didn't win a championship. Because Kittle's probably a Hall of Famer.
Yeah, I think
Debo's pretty close to getting there, right?
Yep.
I mean, Trent's one for sure.
Definitely a Hall of Famer.
Fred Warner's probably pretty close right now.
Yep.
So we're talking a good 4 or 5 guys, and Bosa probably is going to.
Yeah, he's trending that
way. If you have 5 guys off a team, and of course they overlap, but you have 5-6 guys who make the Hall of Fame, McCaffrey, another one,
going to be a Hall of Famer.
And you don't win a Super Bowl. When all these guys were in their prime, as I throw air quotes.
The finger is pointing at you then.
You couldn't get it done.
Somebody from the 916. When do you start attributing the winning to the players and not the coach? You know what I mean? We talking about Shanahan's system and all this. I mean, let's be honest, Jay. I'm looking at this roster. You could get some other coaches up in here that probably do just as well. Like, based on the talent, this roster is the most talented in the league.
It's been that way for the last couple of years.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. So, is it Shanahan or is it, like this texter said, is it the players?
I think it's a combination of both right now. I think Shanahan, and you said it, I think Shanahan has come to the 49ers and evened them out, leveled them out. Brought stability, a la Mike Brown.
Yep.
Right? It was a little up and down. We didn't know what was going on. People always throw out Tom Sula. There was other guys there too. Right. But I think Shanahan has brought a calming, leveling, foundational piece to the 49ers. Hence, you can't talk about championships if you can't make the playoffs first. He's making them.
He's making the playoffs.
Right? He's doing his thing. He's getting there. He's a perennial playoff head coach. And he's done that just about everywhere he's went, even offensive coordinators. I mean, he took the Washington football team I think they were the Redskins at that time.
Yeah, at that time.
Kirk Cousins, remember he came through the tunnel and was like, "How you like that?" or something, right?
Talking that.
Yeah, Shanahan was the OC of that when they made the playoffs. So he's got something in his bag. I don't know what it is, but he's got a rabbit in the bag, Drapes. He can definitely get his team to do things that other coaches can't, and he's proven that.
Yeah.
It's the Andy Reid effect. It's the, Harbaugh just went through that in college.
Yeah. You don't win it. Yeah. Until you win it, we question, can you win the big game?
Can you do it?
Can you do it? All right, we got more with Jay coming up in just a little bit. 916-339-1140. You have been listening to The Drive Guys here on Sacktown Sports 1140.
Sacramento, Dirks Bentley's coming to town. What was I thinking? I'm getting drunk on the floor. Saturday, September 28th at Hart Health Park at Cal Expo for Country in the Park 2. And he's bringing some friends. Harmony, Tyler Rich, Dasha, Kelsey Hart, and more. Saturday, September 28th at Hart Health Park at Cal Expo. Get your tickets today before they're sold out at CITPFest.com.
Brought to you by RVs of Sacramento and Hoblet Chrysler Dodge Jeep and Ram Center.
Carmichael Dave here for Capital Casino. Sacramento summertime heat is back. And, of course, Cap Casino, Sacramento's #1 poker room, wants to invite everyone to soak up some air conditioning, still with the most variety of table games in the region. And, as always, the best food, best service, and the best action, conveniently located in downtown Sacramento. Capital Casino, of course, reminding everyone to please make sure you gamble responsibly. 1-800-GAMBLER.
Jason Mraz and the Super Band live. The mystical, magical, rhythmical, radical ride. Friday, August 9th, the venue at Thunder Valley. Jason Mraz and the Super Band with special guest Molly Miller Trio. For tickets, visit ThunderValleyResort.com. Jason Mraz and the Super Band in concert. Pick up the new album, Mystical, Magical, Rhythmical, Radical Ride.
I would end the day with sore feet, sore legs. The drugstore inserts that I was purchasing were really not very useful at all. I walked into the Good Feet store and the guy kind of grinned at me and said, I hear that a lot. I was living with chronic pain before going to the Good Feet store. Now I don't really have that problem. I'm able to do the things that I expect to be able to do, even at my advanced age. I feel pretty good about what's going on.
The Good Feet store in Sacramento, Roseville, and Vacaville.
I didn't ask to be thrown in the streets with nowhere to go. I didn't think I'd survive. But I did ask for help, and Covenant House was there for me.
1 in 10 young adults will experience a form of homelessness this year. For these kids who didn't ask to be put in this unthinkable situation, Covenant House is there.
Covenant House helped me break the cycle of homelessness in my family. They gave me the love that I needed.
Over 2,000 young people will sleep safely in a Covenant House bed tonight. When youth who are experiencing homelessness have a hot meal, a safe place to sleep, medical care, and love, they can overcome heartbreaking challenges and have a brighter future.
They just really genuinely just wanted to help me succeed, and I'm succeeding. I'm a speaker, I'm an author. Covenant House really helped me and really helped mold me into the woman I am today.
If you or someone you love is asking for help, go to safeplacetosleep.org today.
Sacramento's official home for the San Francisco 49ers.
Sacktown Sports.
Drapes and Jay holding it down on the Drive Guys, Sacktown Sports 1140. Final segment. I'm scouring social media, Jay, just seeing what the latest is on Brandon Aiyuk, any other breaking news out there. And I see TJ Houshmandzadeh, Ayuk's personal wide receiver coach, was on radio in the Bay. He said, quote, "You have a team willing to pay Aiyuk a little more than $32 million, and he's not even asking that much from his own team. You wouldn't give him 28 a year, but you give him 26? That's nothing." So somebody, according to TJ, is willing to pay Aiyuk $32 million. And we heard Mike Reese say he heard the offer from the Patriots was 30 to 32, somewhere in that range.
Sound like the Browns were just as close to that.
Yes.
Yeah.
Yes. Husmanzada goes on to say, I just want the Niners to realize what they have. Kyle Shanahan fixed this situation.
Oof.
It's disheartening, and this is what I'm talking about right here. I've been saying this, Jack. It's disheartening when other teams are willing to pay so much more than your own team.
Your family, as
but
you're
saying. Still willing to take less to stay.
Dang. 28. It sounds like, and TJ's the type, and we got to get TJ on.
Let's get TJ on tomorrow. Yeah. Let's set it up.
He is TJ, as we talked about, he doesn't mince words. He is a straightforward cat. He's a straight shooter. He's got the 6 shooter on the head.
Though, right?
He definitely does.
Yeah.
So if TJ, and I've worked with TJ down in Fox, if TJ is the type of guy to say that, he's in the know because we know he is.
And Aiyuk are tight. Yeah,
that's his coach.
Guy. Yeah.
You know.
Yep.
You mean to tell me the Niners ain't coming off $2 million? That's going to equal 8 in 4 years? They'll just give them the 8 up front.
Right. Signing bonus or something like that. Put it in the signing bonus. The guarantee. Like, here's the thing about what TJ said. And I really wanted to talk about my paddleboarding, but then I saw that. We'll get to paddleboarding coming up in a minute. But if I got 32 over here, and you offering 20, that's a big difference. 32 to 26.
Off. Yeah.
That's
6 and 4 years. That's $20 more million.
That's a big difference. I understand then why it's so hard for Aiyuk to just be like, sure, I'll take this 26. But if you go up to 28, all right, I give you the hometown discount.
Right.
You know, there's more money over here, but I'm going to take less because I want to be here.
Right.
That's what it sounds like Ayuk's waiting for to me.
Niners, if it is true, and like I said, I know TJ enough to know that he ain't really blowing smoke.
Right.
I would, it's the same thing. If you were on another station and you said something and someone asked me, I'd be like, I know Drape's enough. He ain't just blowing smoke.
Right. Right.
TJ is the type of cat. He's going to say what he means and means what he say. And I believe he's in a know. And if he is telling me $2 million a year is keeping this from getting done,
that would get it done.
49ers need to reevaluate some stuff. They might not want to do, go all in this year. And it might not be Shanahan. It might not be John Lynch. It may be the ownership.
Yeah.
I spent too much money.
I've been paying and paying and paying.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
I was expecting that check to come back to me last year.
Yeah. Yeah.
After we won, my value of my organization was going to go up $500 million because we became Super Bowl champs. And we got to sell all the tumblers and all the posters
and everything.
I want to spend that right now, maybe.
Yeah, right now things are in a stalemate, it seems like, and hopefully we'll have a resolution soon. Of course, tomorrow we'll have much more on this. Hopefully, maybe try and get TJ or somebody on. Yeah, try to get him on. I wanted to tell you about my paddleboarding experience yesterday.
Well, I'm glad you're still here with us.
I'm safe. I'm trying.
You might have to wait till tomorrow.
Yeah,
because I see this. This is on your soul. This is on your heart, your mind.
It was kind of disastrous. That's why, big fella. It was kind of. I still got the paddleboard in the car. It's all ready. I was thinking, I should go again. But now me and the kids going to go out and get something to eat. But
okay,
I need a do-over. I need a mulligan. You know what I mean? It's like, when you at the batting cage, you swing and a miss. Hold on. Let me get a do-over. That's what I need when it comes to paddleboarding.
What happened? Briefly. Save it for tomorrow.
I'm going to save it for
let's
say before I got in,
okay,
I fell in.
Okay.
Like fell into the lake.
Where you going? What? I know you're going to Lake Natoma.
Yeah, Lake
Okay,
Natoma.
Where are you going? Where's the entrance spot?
It's right on Folsom, Auburn Folsom Boulevard. It's like a Willow Creek right there. And it's just like a little dock, little ramp you go down.
Okay.
And I didn't know the ramp fell off on the side. So I'm taking it. And you got little 12-year-old kids out there, grandmas out there. And your boy fell in the water before I even got on the paddleboard. And so I need some lessons.
You gotta have to tell.
Yeah, I'm gonna tell this story tomorrow.
I got 2-3 questions off the jump
off
for
the
that
rip
right
on
now.
That, off the rip. Let me ask you: do you think this Aiyuk situation drags into next week?
Yeah.
Or are we – because it seems like right now it's just Steelers saying this our offer, Niners saying this our offer, Aiyuk saying this what I want, and everybody's just like nobody's budget.
Jerry Dulac, we had him on Pittsburgh Post-Gazette, been around the team for many, many moons, has basically said the Steelers ain't giving up no player up to this point. They looking for picks. Picks doesn't help the 49ers right now.
Right.
Then you look at other reports. The 49ers are trying to find a third team to get a wide receiver to come back. What is the rush for the 49ers beside the fact of the matter is it is a distraction? Beyond that, Drape said it doesn't really matter.
Dulac said, this is the latest thing he tweeted out 29 minutes ago. Steelers are waiting to hear from the Niners if a deal for Aiyuk is going to happen. So the Steelers have made their offer. This is what we're offering. Let us know. Ball's in your court now, San Francisco. All right, we got much more on this tomorrow. Coming up next, it's Golf to Go. You've been listening to the Drive Guys here on Sacktown Sports 1140. Hey, everybody, it's Kyle Draper here for Mercedes-Benz of Stockton. I've had my new all-electric Mercedes-Benz SUV for more than 6 months now, and there are so many features that me and my family have fallen in love with. My favorite is the seat cooling feature. When those temperatures reach triple digits here in Northern California, I just hit one button to cool things down. Now, my 12-year-old daughter, well, she loves the seat massage feature. Every time she hops in the car, she immediately flips on the massage button. So whether you're going on a short drive or a long road trip, you'll be able to ride in comfort at the push of a button. And my 15-year-old son, who won't stop growing, well, he has no problem sitting in the back seat. There's plenty of leg room for him and his friends. I used to drive a Tesla, but I made the switch to Mercedes-Benz, and it was one of the best decisions I ever made. If you don't believe me, well, go see for yourself. Take the short drive down I-5 to Mercedes-Benz of Stockton and test drive a new Mercedes-Benz, or go online anytime at mbofstockton.com.
I'm Ken Korak with your Green and Gold Report, brought to you by Xfinity Mobile. Connect to the most reliable 5G network nationwide. Well, with the A's starting rotation in flux for much of the year, left-hander J.P. Sears has been a constant. In fact, he hasn't missed a start going back to the beginning of last year. And when he beat the White Sox to begin the A's most recent homestand, that meant the A's had won 6 of his previous 7 starts. And during those 6 wins, his ERA was 1.73.
Want to save on some of the biggest names in streaming on the network made for streaming? Now through September 21st, get 150 megabit Xfinity internet for 12 months with a 1-year contract. And for just $15 a month, add the new Stream Saver that includes Peacock, Apple TV Plus, and Netflix for just $35 a month. Switch at Xfinity.com today. Restrictions apply. Requires paperless billing and autopay with stored bank account. Equipment taxes and fees extra. After promo, regular internet rates apply. Currently $54 a month. Actual speeds vary. Stream Saver requires Xfinity internet or TV and price subject to change.
KHTKAM Sacramento, KYMX HD2 Sacramento.
Take it on the local level.
Live and local, 6 a.m. to 6 p.m., Monday through Friday.
From the Power Business Technology Toshiba Studios. Sacktown Sports.
Ladies and gentlemen, and fellow golfers, for your entertainment,